under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just flips away.
Hey, welcome back to another Building Must a Minute stream, episode 29 now. And it's a new week, so we're going to jump back in, try and pick up where we left off a little bit, figure out what we were doing at the end of last week, and work out what is next. So I'm going to go over to GitHub and just take a look at our project. There's a couple of things I need to figure out and what we're going to work on next. I remember last week we were procrastinating quite a bit. I say procrastinating, actually last week we did quite a lot. Last week we managed to get a production environment of our app deployed and running, but we now have live on app.mustaminutes.com, and we can sign into that and all of that fun stuff. That was the wrong login I was going to use. I was going to use the other one. Actually, I've just noticed, is this a new thing? A second ago, yeah, this Bitwarden's doing some new. This is new. Interesting. Anyway, we're going to use the app.mustaminutes one there. We're going to sign in to that session and see where we get left off. So yes, last week I was working on the design of this. We deployed this version of app.mustaminutes.com. We set up AppSignal, which I am currently logged out of. That was using GitHub. And you can see in here, there was a little bit of traffic last night apparently. Maybe that was me poking around, doing some stuff. I think that was. Not had any errors recently. Actually need to get back to some emails on this. We're using this platform. And yeah, cool. So that's AppSignal. And the other thing we were using as well was PostHog. It's eu.posthog.com. That's another platform. And we don't have that one. We've got that one. And you can see in here kind of people and stuff that's going on. I will eventually stop showing some of these screens, especially PostHog, since there's kind of sensitive information in here about potential customers at some point. Emails are showing up in here, so we will stop showing some screens in PostHog, or I'll at least find screens. I'll selectively show screens that don't have personally identifiable information in. Because we obviously don't want to be sharing customer details, and actually that's one of the things that I have in here on Mustaminutes GitHub issues. We've got active record encryption that we're going to be considering at some point. There's a couple of things, a couple of issues that I've got open at the moment that I kind of want to start tackling or thinking about, and then there's this broader theme of the design. I'm really not quite that happy with how the design is shaped out. There's a few bits that kind of slowly coming together, but overall there's some stuff that I want to work on. I'm not happy with some specific parts, specifically this screen. Like, it kind of looks okay at the high level, but some of the interaction design I'm not happy with. So stuff like this meeting, you can now have a date, and I can edit this, and it kind of does this meta information that we update at the top section. There's also information like the date that doesn't fit in here. Also, this moves the whole page around. I'm not particularly thrilled with that approach, so perhaps we'll think of a modal or something at some point that will replace that. This 3-column layout I do quite like. I like the 3-column layout, but I think the approach that I have, where this kind of like top section kind of overlay scroll, it's kind of hard to explain in this one. If I open Alacrity, our terminal window, and go Tmux A and jump into here, and then Control B2, and we'll spin it up. Hey, hello Milo, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Monday. So if I go into 127.0.0.1, 3000, sign in. So if we find one of our meetings that's quite long, this one, and edit the transcription. Yeah, I'm not quite happy with, there's parts of this that I like, and then there's parts that I don't like. But getting this layout working and then also getting it responsive feels quite difficult. It clearly breaks at this point. I need to work out what I want to do with a 3-column layout like this on mobile anyway. So probably let's make that an issue. Like, work out, solve for 3-column layout on mobile or smaller screens. We are going to have an ad now. We do have ads running on the automatic schedule, just to avoid pre-rolls for people joining. So I hope that's not too much of a problem. I always hate the first one. First round of ads is an awkward time and I can't figure out when to place it. But yeah. So we're going to solve for that at some point. Obviously, that's a thing. One of the things I wonder about every layout, so I use this quite a lot. Actually, I should have access to this. The link address. Let me just see that there's an error. One incident. Interesting. We did just have an app signal error at some point. Just noticed in my emails. In both development and production, actually. A not found error. On the /meetings page. Remove child on node. This node. The node to be removed is not a child of this node. Interesting. Something to sort of look into. If I go here. Interesting. Anyway. So, once in here, do they have anything about 3-column layouts? They've got the switcher. I do quite like the switcher, but I don't know if it applies in this approach. Do I want the agenda to be at the top, this bit to be in the middle, and then the participants to be at the bottom? Probably not. Bits on the side probably become popovers or modals or something at some point on the smaller screen. So they probably disappear altogether on the smaller screens. Yeah, I need to figure that out at some point. What do we want to do with those? That's one issue that I need to solve for as well. And then design, yeah, generally, like, I feel like I'm just getting a little bit washed out with the blues. I did do some poking around last night and trying to figure out what I want to do with some of the design stuff. I think I want to incorporate some very confused at what Figma is telling me. I'm trying to log in, but hey. Yes, I want to incorporate a little bit of color in some way. Where did that go? This color. Did I actually save that just then? Yeah, I want to kind of incorporate a bit of a top bar header color thing going on. So even if I was just doing like border top 10 pixels solid, that color. I actually think this is probably more of a like thing up there. as like a nav bar type thing, where the logo will sit inside of that. More traditional kind of top bar navigation. But I yeah, still not really sure. I can't quite get my finger on how I want some of that stuff to lay out. But I know that these colours are this like minty, greeny, bluey colour is I don't know, I'm just not loving it, and I can't quite get the hues right. But hey, so that's a bunch of stuff that I want to look into. I want to get the ball rolling. I am going to procrastinate slightly from some of the larger issues, like the transcription editor being broken, which I do need to fix. If I press enter here, that's not the right behavior, and obviously that's a bug, so I need to fix that. So that's probably a bit of a big, hairy one that I do want to get into this week. But let's not start with that one. I actually think one of the easier ones, probably, let's just to get the ball rolling and do something, is this public IDs for URLs in meetings. I don't particularly like that this is like meeting 18 in the URL. And we do have that public ID for users. I kind of want to implement it for meetings, I think. That'll be an easy one to add. Let's jump into that and do that, and then we'll get the ball rolling, and perhaps we'll move into some design work. I'm feeling like some design work today. Because I feel like that's one of my big blockers at the moment around getting this going, and I really need to solve mobile. So, alright, let's go into it. Control 2, Control B1. Now, actually we want Control B3 because we need to do a Rails G. Let's just do get status first. Do we have anything? No, good. Rails G migration, add public. Oh, I'm in a cap. Schema. Alright. Okay, in schema, if we find, what are we looking for? What is the public ID? User? Public ID. Okay. To meetings. Public ID. Now what did we do for this? Migrate public ID to users. Add public ID to users. Interesting. We did this from a thing that I found for planet scale nano ID. Like something about nano ID. Why are we using Brave as our browser for search? Search engine. We use DuckDuckGo. 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 So planet scale nano ID. There we go. DuckDuckGo. I'm a big DuckDuckGo fan. Okay. Now migration. Alright. So it's an integer, right? Oh, it's a string. Oh yeah, of course it's a string. So I imagine it's like string 12 unique, something like that. Is that how it works? Known index unique. We'll do that for now. See if that gets us half of the way there. Again, we'll yank those. No, we don't want to put them there. Migrate 2024 0129. Yeah, that one. Add column. That's very similar. And then this one, meetings. And index to meetings. So we can index by that column as well, because that's what we will want to do. Okay, Rails DB migrate. Let's do the migration. Oh, I was going to also bump the font size up for you guys as well now. Does that look okay? I don't know. That'll do. We'll see if I can get used to that. Might be a bit too big for me. Right. Let's see if we go space PF and then we check out what happened to the user. So the user has include public ID generator. Well, I guess we can do a meeting as well. Interesting. So we add the column, and then we could do like meeting.all.each do meeting. And then we, well, meeting, include public ID generator. Cool. And then we should be able to go back to this last page and do meeting dot generate public ID. Is that how that is? Public ID generator set public ID. I think it's just set public ID, isn't it? Yes. Set public ID and a meeting.save. And then we'll set the, like, it can't be null, right? And actually we need to comment out all of that. And then we'll Rails DB rollback. We'll reapply that migration. GC5J Rails DB migrate. The idea there is that we're going to make sure that all of our meetings get given that. It contains null values. Well, it shouldn't, because, you know, we went through and did the migration to make sure that they all have given the public ID. Set public ID. If it's not, if it's present, it returns. Otherwise, it tries to set the public ID. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Meeting all dot each. Ah, but meetings are scoped. Meeting dot unscoped too. So that will be a problem when running the migration script. Okay. Works. Now we should be able to go Rails C to go into the Rails console, and we'll be able to see that there are, if I do meeting or I do a current account equals account first, not find, first, find, or last, or yes, first. I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I doing this stuff? I did meeting to all. They all have public IDs now. Beautiful. Now, so we all have the public IDs. Did they say anything in here about how they, you know, query them? No. So that's up to us. Meeting, controller. So we're doing it here. Params for like find. I kind of have two options, right? Like I change this to find by and use the public ID and be very specific about the fact that this is finding by the public ID. The problem is I have other routes in here under meetings like meta and recording, transcription, agenda items, speakers and minutes, and they all use the ID of the meeting. So I have to change all of them. And so, I mean, it makes sense to kind of consolidate this into a concern called meeting scoped, potentially. And so I think that probably is what we're going to do. All of these have set meeting. They all have the same, like if I look at any of the meta controller, for action set meeting, it's there. If I look at any of those controller, transcription controller, for action set meeting. So I think it's justified and therefore makes sense that we would have a concern in here called meeting scoped.rb. I haven't actually done many controller concerns. Rails controller concern. I guess we kind of have one, right? Because we've got in our application controller. No. Okay, fine. Space PV. I thought we did do one somewhere. I don't remember where. Rails concerns to concern or not to concern. That's all about model concerns. Controller. Controller. No, okay, fine. How to use controller concerns. I don't want to watch a video. What? I just want some docs, you know? Rails controller concern. Like, I want Rails guides or something. Does Go Rails have something on this? Log in again, because, you know, I'm apparently logged out of everything. Hey, anyway. Concern? I am concerned. Where are we looking? Routing concerns and scopes. I actually think that one does have something interesting in it. I remember watching this a while ago. And I just want to quickly glance through here. See, this is include. No, that's a regular concern. This is a controller concern, right? Record identifier, interesting. And the idea here is that you can add these likable actions to any.
Similarly,
I think that's how that works. We'll mute Chris for a second. I apologize, but yeah, you've got like the likes controller, and it just adds those actions. But you could also just have a root concern. I think is the idea here, though, where it adds those specific routes. If you've got like comments and posts should have the likes routes on them, for example, like concerns likable. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fair. It's basically the same, very similar then. So we'll go into concerns. We'll go in here and we will. What was we doing? We'll get there in a second, you know. We're still warming up for the day. So we was building the ability to do the ID. So it's the meeting scoped. Let's do meeting scoped. And we will do a module meeting scoped. I guess this is very similar to account scoped, but obviously it was like a concern on the model, whereas this is like a control scope. I don't love the fact that it has now a similar, very similar name when this is about the controller, but before action set meeting, private left set meeting, and then we will do, I think that's fine. If we meeting controller, meeting includes, so this is something that's interesting. This has a set of stuff that it includes for like the performance optimization, and maybe this one is just its own thing, but the others can all interesting. Perhaps we could optimize that in somehow later. But yes, meeting find by. I don't know if we need that. But yeah, I mean, it should be like the meeting should exist and it should throw an error the same way that find would throw an error. And now I can change how I grab the meeting, right? Cool. The meeting scope. So if I go back, I go to meta controller. This really is for all of them. So I can now replace this line with include meeting scoped. Meeting J, delete free J. And the idea there is that should still be the same. So we'll go in there, we'll do the same. Do we need to do the same here? No, that's different. The agenda items, we'll replace this with include meeting scoped. We'll go to the end, delete 3J, and then we will go back out. Agenda, that's agenda done. Home doesn't, meetings doesn't. Minutes will include meeting scoped. 20J, that should go up there. Delete 3J, do that one. Place PV. As minutes, orders doesn't need it, passwords doesn't need it, recordings will need it, and we'll change this one, include meeting scoped. I really should just, you know, yank that line. Can I change it and then yank it in? Don't know, it probably needs to be more of a like macro. We could do QM, change the line we're currently on, and type out the word include meeting scoped, escape G, and then like Q again, because then obviously I've got this bit is going to depend on the file. But if I do 8K, delete 3J and save that. I'm probably done, right? What was that one? That was the recordings, registration, sessions, speakers. Speakers will do. So I can go in here now and do @M. And then I just need to go 7K, delete 3J. And also at the top, you'll notice it's moved that to meeting scope. So that's a macro that we've now got. So we can just do QM and it will do it. Actually, I don't think I've got that many more left to go. Transcriptions. Yes, I need to do that one as well. So we'll do @M. And then 7K, delete 3J. And again, meeting scope to the top of the controller. That might be, that might be. It might be the last one. I think it is. So, and then the other one that I just need to do is the meeting controller itself. And this is slightly different. It's got these includes in here. It's also not for every it's not for every meeting, So it's an interesting one. I think it's probably just easier to do underscore by public ID here, and accept that there's duplication twice at least. But now if I want to change the ID again at some point, I can go meeting scope, I can change how the meeting is resolved here. If at some point meeting scope had to be like account, like current.account .meetings, I could change it here. Obviously right now it's just scoped by meeting anyway, so I actually wonder if I prefer that approach where you just do current.account and use that as the way of querying, but I think we'll do for now. If we jump back and go there and we refresh, it'll error because obviously we don't have 18 as an ID here. All of these are now wrong. How do we make that work? Is there a simple like Rails pattern here that I've missed? Chat.openai.com. Again, I'm signed out of everything. I need to re-sign in. Um, 3.5. Get out of here. What is those? You've got limits now. Again. Thought we'd stop with the limit. 40 messages every 3 hours. Yeah, didn't even realise. I'm building a Rails app. And I have a public ID column that I would like to use in URLs. How can I make this happen? The public ID is a string. I don't know if to say that. I have already set it up, so the public ID is generated. I am only concerned with how to make sure that the controllers query the right way and the URLs are generated using the public ID. Normal ID column. We'll see, like I might have to overwrite the helpers perhaps, override the to param. And I've already done that. To param. This is another thing actually. The meeting scoped is looking for meeting ID. The meeting controller is looking for ID. So there's a difference there as well. Anyway, this suggested that I go to the meeting itself and add a def to param public ID. So those are all now using those random IDs. Nice. Each one has its own unique message ID. Sweet. I'm happy with that. That looks tidy and it looks like it all works still. Nice. And these are all still working? Yes, so. There's a few places where I'm still using the original meeting ID, but I just wanted to make sure that the URL is it's good. And just so it basically, like the reason here, and I don't think I really explained this, but I explained it in the note to myself in GitHub, is that incremental IDs just have this feeling of like, if I do /18, unless that's 18 for me, which is probably not, so which means the first person who uploads is probably gonna get like 28 or something, or some random number that is above 0 or 1. Well, it just feels a little bit unsecure. If you see that in the URL, you're like, okay, well, if I'm 28, then surely there's 27. The other thing it does as well is it exposes how many records are in the database. Every time I create a new meeting, I'm like, oh, okay, fine. There's now 5,000 or only 1 or 2. It kind of gives an indication a little bit of like how many people are using the system and a few things like that. And so for that reason, I just kind of like having the public ID as like a random string. It's using nano ID behind the scenes, but that meeting ID there is unique to this meeting here, and so that just helps, you know, kind of tidy it up, make sure it's all right, accurate. If I grab that number 8 and we'll now commit what we've got, I think we'll do a quick PS to see our project status. And maybe we'll zoom out a little bit so we can see what's going on the side there. But the agenda items, controller, meeting scopes now. We got rid of set meeting. Same with the meta controller. The meetings controller updated appropriately. The minutes controller also updated. The recordings, speakers, transcriptions, those are all our controllers. And then our meeting model of the meeting has the public ID generator and the 2 param set to its public ID. The database schema has the public ID on that model. We have the meeting scoped concern for controllers, and we have the database migration as well. Okay then. So feature add use public ID for meetings. So there's those 8, you know. And again, I still need to figure out the thing for that. Don't know what it's there. Bit weird. So that closed, that'll solve in that next issue. And that's deploying to production. Okay, there is kind of another encryption-y piece here that I want to dive into at some point. Active record encryption. So at the moment, all the data is in the database in just plain text, and I'm kind of wondering, should I encrypt the data? Should I encrypt the data? Now, it's an interesting question. I think obviously encryption always sounds great. It is usually good. Is it worth doing in this instance? The idea here for this type of encryption specifically would be that the records are encrypted in the database. So when I look in the database, by default, all the data is just gobbledygook. And I would need to specifically enter like a decryption mode in order to see some of that data. You can see here kind of under the hood you have encrypt title, and when you create that, it'll insert it in encrypted. Actually don't think it requires much in the way of changes, migration changes. Obviously the string size changes, but we've not been setting those anyway, so I don't know what they are. Probably need to think about that. By default uses a non-deterministic approach to encryption. Non-deterministic in this context means that encrypting the same content with the same password twice will result in different ciphertext. This approach improves security by making cryptanalysis of ciphertext harder and querying the database impossible. Fine, so if you wanted to find someone by their email, you'd have to make it deterministic, because then it would match the same way every time. That kind of makes sense. That's quite cool. And really the core value here would be for the data that gets sent back. Do I just go with it and see? I think the only column that I really need to do this on might be the people's names. Maybe. And maybe the data as well. I'm curious about like the costs, like in terms of what is the added penalty to the speed of some of the operations and storage costs as well. It obviously increments the storage cost. In this case, it says all of these are worst case overhead is 255 bytes, but then the original column is here, and then the recommended encrypted column size is like 4 times the amount in some cases. A short sequence of emojis, 255 size becomes 1020. Email address goes from 255 to 510. But then I don't understand how worst case can be that. Let's give this a little bit of a read. Encryption requires extra space because of a base 64 encoding and the metadata stored along with the encrypted payloads. When using the built-in envelope encryption key provider, you can estimate the worst case overhead at around 255 bytes. The overhead is negligible at larger sizes, not only because it gets diluted, but because the library uses compression by default, which can offer 30% storage savings over the unencrypted version for larger payloads. There is an important concern about string column sizes in modern database. The column size determines the number of characters it can allocate, not the number of bytes. In practice, this means when encrypting short text written in Western alphabets, mostly ASCII characters, you should account for 255 additional overhead when defining column size. Multiply the column size by 4. I see, so the say like emojis and non-Western alphabets. But because of the space saving time, is there anything about time? Speed, slow? No, okay, fine. They don't mention anything around that. But... okay. I feel like it's a why not. So let's give it a go. So they have a couple of things on here, I think, as well. Is the other thing that I wanted to check out is remove that to the beginning, and we will close that. Got that open. Rails console 1984, is it? Something like that. Yeah, Rails console you love, 1984. And then there's like an auditing tool as well. This is if you wanted to access that encrypted information. You can use the encryption console. Some interesting tools here. Find current auditor.
We both know it's never true. You only meet me when you're feeling good. Happiness just a pursuit.
By default, the library controllers will inherit the host's application controller. To authenticate, you need to implement a method find current auditor in your application controller. This method must return a record presenting the auditing user. It can be any model, but it has to respond to name. For example, imagine all the staff in your company can audit console sessions, then you can return that. If you don't return one, then you don't get to be an auditor. And then the console obviously allows you to kind of give you a reason why you are doing that. Hey dude, just popping in. Looks like the fun task of encryption. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm debating it. I don't necessarily have to. But I was just debating adding this kind of encryption stuff in. And then there's like a console as well for accessing that. I was like, why not lock it down a little bit? Especially if I poke around in the database and it's on stream. Probably don't want to be showing customer information too much. So I think why not? So, but I guess the first thing to do is to run this. And I think these things work together. This does say protect sensitive accesses and makes them auditable. By default, won't encrypt. If you want to decrypt, then you have to run the command decrypt, and then those accesses will be flagged internally as sensitive.
Looking for the real thing. Somewhere we crossed the wrong way.
I do wonder if it's going to just add complexity at this stage, though. Perhaps this is something I come back to when we actually have more of a system. Perhaps it's too soon. It looks as though it might be easy enough to add it in the future as well. It looks like it will just automatically, like there's a bunch of stuff in here as well for rotating the keys, so you can go like, here's the previous key, it can still decrypt, but it's then using a new key for encrypting stuff. So it looks like something where I could add this on later, but I'm not too concerned about it for right now. That was the main thing I just wanted to consider here, is like, do I need to add this now before there's loads of data in the database, or can I add it later? And I think I can add it later, and it just means that it will start encrypting anytime there are updates. So, but all of the unencrypted data will still be accessible and used by the system. So I'll write a little note for this for later. Looks like we can add this later. Don't need to really worry until we have actual data in the system, and then should be quite quick to add in. We can likely even run a script to run over all data and ensure it gets encrypted. Like, there will be a migration path, I'm sure. Actually, probably should have just closed that, you know. Cool. Happy with that. So. Sweet. Now, let's have a think. There's two things. One of them I've been avoiding. The other one I've also been avoiding. One is the design. I need to, you know, do a bit of a refresh, figure out what I actually want to do with some of these details. And then the other is the JavaScript stuff for the editor. So let's maybe spend a little time on design. Like, I do just want to come back to design a little bit and just make sure that we're getting this note, that one. And stop asking me if I want to save stuff in the password manager. I do not want to save stuff in your password manager. Okay, this was our original, and yeah, okay, it was kind of okay. Let's do a frame, and we will do a frame for desktop. We'll do MacBook Pro 14-inch because that's what I'm developing on. But so I did grab a bunch of stuff yesterday just off Dribble. There was a few things I kind of liked. I kind of liked how some of the stuff in this around the meetings, this page, I was kind of like, actually it does need some movement, maybe some scale perhaps when you hover on the different item. And I quite liked as well the dual tone stuff, and I played around with a version of that and got that working. It looked quite nice. I quite liked that. I also quite like the little faces, like maybe that's a good way of representing the people, participants in the meeting. So like those are a couple of like design details that I was like, actually that's quite nice. The icon obviously adds something to it as well, but I don't think there's much need for an icon here for the whole meeting. It's not like we have different types of meetings. Looks end of Teams inspired. Yeah, I guess there's a bit of MS Teams inspiration in here. Yeah, I also like the dual tone, like the not dual tone, it's switching on hover, like the colors get switched. I don't know, there's some stuff in there that was interesting. What else was interesting? I quite like this, just bits of it. I mean, all of these are all off Dribble, and often on Dribble you find actually there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't quite work. Dribble can be a bit hit and miss, but anyway. I grabbed this. I was mostly looking at stuff that was like this was a bit of an example of like, okay, like if we do go with this color scheme where it's very kind of monochromatic, it's all just different shades of this like color, which like this is a version of that, but this is green. I was like, okay, maybe there's a version that fits. Like even the background is kind of got a slight greeny touch to it, I think. Let's go in here and just go background. Actually, I don't hate that. I think maybe that was just brings it back a little bit from what it was. The other bit that I want to do, I don't know, let's just have a play around with it a little bit. So let's go index, and we will find Control E. Fine. So we'll add this. We'll also lay out, and then we'll go down to here. Delete in a word, delete in a word, delete in a word, delete that, save that. Okay, fine, we'll refresh this. How does that feel coming across to like here? It just takes off some of that blue to it. Okay, because then the next bit that I wanted to do was in here, meeting underscore meeting. We're going to move some of these around. We'll move that up there. So okay. In here, fine. Now this this bit down here, got the div with the sidebar up there, and the meeting panel. If we go find the meeting panel. This currently has this padding on it. What if we go in here and actually this has the padding P large, right? So all of that goes down to the bottom. This also would have P large on it, but it could also have a BG of porcelain 100, and actually maybe it's PX large, PY small. Actually that's the wrong way round. PX, no it's not. PY can be small, and then if we do overflow hidden, just so that we don't have to worry about cutting these corners off properly. Not quite. Under about 200, and then it would match the outline. The other thing that I do want to do in here is like scale 1.05 or something, and then we would add a transition on scale 0.3 seconds, ease in out. Do I have to do the S in there as well? Cool. So that just kind of has a slight zoom to it. Not sure what's going on there. That's a bit odd. What is going on there? It's a paragraph, right? So it's a paragraph, and paragraphs do not like to be. Change it to a div. They have a max width on the paragraphs. It seems a bit too much, to be honest. You know, this color, this porcelain. Find that the problem is like this, the colors now just don't match. If I grab this color and we'll open up uicolors.app, a good site, I'll grab that, and I am kind of introducing a different color here which it says is porcelain, but actually it isn't porcelain because it's a different type of porcelain. That's kind of confusing. Change the rest of the word. Oh, okay, that's done that fine. Hmm. Change inside the square bracket. Paste that. I feel like I'm in the porcelain stuff still, but it's still not quite landing right. Anyway, that was that. The other option was like changing this background to just be a lot more neutral. Because then maybe that does open up the option of this being a like porcelain. Let's just try this a second. So in here we will go, or up here actually, change inside the, not there, change inside the brackets. Maybe we go like the grey. That's going to make a bunch of stuff look weird for a little while, but we're going to go with it. And then in here, change around the brackets. We'll do porcelain 50. And then the porcelain is still there. But I don't know if it's enough. You know? The other thing is like maybe the word meetings up here should be, or actually it's like the base CSS. Like maybe this should be a darker color, like 900. Like if I had, like I've got this monochromatic color scheme going on. But one of the problems I have with it is I'm very constrained within like 100 to like 700. And I'm not really making good use of any like poppy, contrasty colors, perhaps, is part of the issue here. They will just say meeting. Did they say meeting before? I'm pretty sure there was the word view in there. So yeah, okay, there's that. I don't know, I'm still not feeling it, to be honest. What else did I have in here? I got the heading. I also grabbed kind of, I was like, maybe we go with just a different kind of blue of some kind. And I've got this blue color going on, I grabbed just because it was in the character that AI generated, but I haven't really given much thought to the colors scheme. Oh, one question with the UI, you're going to have a dark mode. I think that'll make or break sometimes. Yes, make it like, probably not. I'm probably just going to go with the one color mode. It's quite a lot of effort to get both a dark and a light theme, and I don't tend to design too much dark theme stuff. I should try it at some point. It's a good question. Good question. Yeah, future idea. Yeah, I think so. trying to think. I had something a while ago that I was like, this kind of design approach. Hey Chuck, how's it going? I'm wondering whether to make good. Try this. I don't think it's gonna work, but I don't hate it. I don't love it. Jim just doing chores and Gary gonna carry on with Arduino stuff. Nice. Nice. What was the colour of this button, actually? That's an interesting, like, 700. That's the same colour. They look different. Oh, this is because that's Polaris and that's porcelain. Fine. So if I change this to Polaris... Interesting. I don't hate it, weirdly. I do feel like the outline maybe wants to be bigger. I can try it, I don't know about that. I actually wonder about adding this as a thing for like buttons as well. Not the thing, but like at least the outline. I'm going to go with it, and then I think we'll go back on this to what it was. Just want to see. Yeah, I think that's just too much blue, you know. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Arizid. Arizid? Sorry if I butchered your name there. I don't feel like this screen looked weird now to me, but I also kind of don't care too much about that screen because I feel like I'm going to come back and change it up. I don't know. I don't know. I also wonder, like, about space. Am I, like, got too much space, almost? Like, medium rather than large? I can't stand front-end dev, I suck at it. Fair enough. I assume you do back-end dev then. I'm usually okay. I'm kind of struggling with this interface I'm building at the moment. Worst kind Java. Is that your opinion or the opinion of generally everyone? I mean, I'm building this in Ruby on Rails, so I feel like it equally gets a lot of hate sometimes as a language. What part of front-end dev do you not enjoy? I haven't used other languages as much as I use Java, so I can't objectively say Java is bad. I don't like CSS. Yeah, CSS is a pain. CSS is actually a really difficult language because you just don't get the errors that you would get in any other regular language. The browsers are just going to do their best, and I think it's one of the most difficult ones to learn because most people just write a bunch of CSS until it works, and then at some point it breaks and you're left trying to like delete lines and figure out what's going on. I have done a little bit of Java. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily bad, but I haven't done that much to know to really have a strong opinion on Java. I just felt like there was just a lot of stuff to have to do, which weren't the actual writing of the code. I just didn't feel that productive in it, I think is probably the thing. I feel like my sense check for a language is like how productive I can be in it. Which is hard because if you've not done much of it, is it a skill issue? Is it the language issue? Bit of both. Bit of column A, bit of column B. I like that colour. I'm just stealing colours from random sites now. I'm like, oh, what about that shade of grey, you know? What about that exact shade of grey right there? It's more in the tone. Better than the grey before, but now I've lost the white a little bit. The contrast is reduced a little bit. Also, maybe if you do front end, whatever you do, any small change you can see it, but Java it takes well. Yeah, exactly. I've gotten very used to just having instant, like, oh, I make a couple of changes, see, feel, move to the next thing. But yeah, Java takes a little while. I do feel like after each one of these groups, there should be a larger space. Do I not have an XXL on the space? Spacing... Oh, it's 2XL, 3XL, of course. Control O to go back. 2XL. Maybe even 3XL, you know, like super space. What was this code? That was F5, F6, F7. That's interesting how that... Red, green, blue. Suppose that's why I've got volatile in there. Control... No, what am I doing? Space 1. Keep forgetting my shortcuts. Change inside the brackets. Do I want to go darker or lighter? Darker? Do I need to... Can I just bump all of these up? How does that end up going? Go on CSS, we'll go in here and look for color palette. I'm wondering like the slate. The slate does have like a slight blue cool twinge to it. Too much blue, too much slate. Maybe the zinc. Zinc does still have some of that in there, but not as much. Yeah, maybe. It's exactly the same. It's actually very, very minorly different to what I had before. We are talking very, very small differences between some of these colours. This screen looks okay. I think this screen doesn't necessarily look okay. I need to figure out why, and I think it's the side bits, like these details, perhaps. I'm also just not happy with this layout at the moment anyway, and the way it works. I like that this blue becomes a kind of call to action color. I actually feel like I should have the same highlight on hover as the button. Floor is 600. If I then go to, what am I doing? Base 3, yeah. And then call this like the meeting panel button. Meeting panel. Let's yank, or let's delete everything to the quote mark there, and then do meeting panel, and then we'll paste. Well, I guess we'll go in here and do the meeting panel button class, and in there we can paste that stuff because that's what we want to do. We'll have font weight bold. The color can be our bar color Valorous 50. Is that what I want? Not quite. You're kind of working it out, but you're kind of not. Padding Y, XS, padding X, MD. And then the background, Laura 700, yes. Okay. And then down here, we'll also do, when you hover and then the meeting panel, we'll change that color to 600, not 500. So then it does feel a lot more like the buttons, because these kind of just are fancy buttons. I do wonder if I can get away with like I mean, I switched these round, but what if I did do 800 and then like 50 here or 100? What the? Change inside the dashes. No, it doesn't work either. Change inside dash. No. Change to dash. There we go. Porcelain. If we're using, what did we use? Did we use the zinc? Is that what we used? Perhaps I could do like 300 on the zinc. For the background. Background. Too much, too dark. 200. Change to the, paste that in, save it, go back. I kind of like it like popping into color when you're hovering on it. The text color is wrong though. Like, I don't know. Maybe that has to be 950 or something. Like, what did I change the base to? Color Polaris 900. Perhaps 900 is okay. Even that feels, I don't know. I mean, yeah, okay, fine. So when we're hovering on it and we change the color, we need to make sure that we change the color to something that's quite light. Okay. I feel like there needs to be some color difference here between these two headings. And then maybe that's on the base style sheet, perhaps H1. Is color Loris like 700 or something? I don't know, just something to have some contrast there to distinguish this is like the big header. Yeah. One of the things I quite like about the pattern, the design pattern I've got here is it's called alternating repetition. So it just creates a bit of a lighter break in the page by having these month headers there. I should have essentially one of these that's like new meeting. Are these ordered by... Yeah, they are. They are ordered so that the older ones are at the end. I do wonder about the button here, just it feels too dark. Let's go button, like, its base color is this like 600. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yanji, hope you're having a good day. Let's go 500. That's the hover, actually, that's the hover color. I want to change the background color here. I want to bring it back down into a bit of a range that's maybe a bit more vibrant. Maybe even 500, see what that does. I feel like the other thing that I want to do is just make sure that these are all font weight bold. That blue is a little bit too much, I think, so maybe we'll boost it up again just to 600. I don't know what I'm going to do with the hover colour though. Then it matches the colour of the heading, which I think is quite nice to have. It matches that on the hover. Maybe it doesn't need a hover because we've got the like outline. I don't think that outline changes enough contrast though for accessibility. So, what's the other options we've got? Invert the colours, make it white with blue text. Probably not. Looks a bit weird, especially with the outline. That would be weird. Make it darker. Like you could go darker in the colour when you hover on it. Sure. Maybe a bit too dark. I don't know, because it needs to be distinguishable. I think that will probably do. I need to sort the top bar out, I think, is the other thing. Top bar is a mess. It's a big mess. Quite extreme, I think. The increase there. I guess the increase is relative somehow. Yeah, like that increases to a different level than the other one because it's like relative to the size it currently is. It's 1.05 times the size of the original. And because they're all different sizes in different rows, then it's a bit weird, but... What else do I want to do? I think I'm going to change the top section, the top bar, perhaps incorporate a bit of a darker colour as the header. Try and frame the page. I also want to get rid of these rounded bits. I think I just have the page all grey, maybe? Because at the moment it feels like we're looking through a window. I don't know if the looking through the window is that useful to the design here. It kind of worked on the page back here because it felt like these wings were popping out. Again, I need to think about this. What's the song name? It sounds good. It's on Monster Cat. What one was we on? We was on Northern Lights by Sasquatch. I will grab a link, I think, if I can. Does that work? I don't know. Northern Lights Sasquatch. Yeah. That. Is that the one? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I quite like the Monster Cat music actually. No worries. I think I'm going to go with a bit more traditional design here. I like the 3-column layout. I want to treat them as sidebars. And I think the sidebars essentially go up into the top bar and they then become buttons that you can turn into modals that pop open. Tell us about this project. Is it freelance, open source, for you, or a client? What's the deal? So this is just something I'm working on for myself. I actually, outside of building stuff, I am secretary for a committee that I volunteer for at an aero club, and we have monthly committee meetings. And as part of that committee meeting and my role as secretary for the club, I have to prepare minutes for those meetings. We're only a small committee, there's about 5 of us, and it takes a lot of time to write up the minutes. And also if I'm writing notes in the meeting about the meeting, it's really difficult to participate in the meeting. So I started recording them, and then after a little while I was like, actually hang on, I could transcribe these automatically with Amazon or whatever service. I can get them transcribed, and then I can actually feed them into OpenAI, ChatGPT, and have it generate the minutes. So that's what I started building, and I kind of built a really scrappy version and started doing that. I thought, hey, why not turn that into something that I can build and share on stream. So I'm kind of doing probably a bit more than I would normally. I don't know how much there's a business in this, but I'm building it as if it was a business that I could launch. So we're setting up and basically charging per minute. So you can go in and upload create a new meeting, give it a date on time and name. So my meeting, go in and go, oh, it's going to be on the 2nd of February in 2024 at 6:30 is usually when we have our meetings. I create that meeting. I can then upload a file of that meeting. If I jump back, I'll show you an example of one that's okay, fine. I haven't got any to hand. Where do I normally keep them? They're normally in development and master minutes app. And then in the spec folder, fixtures, files, that was a long way to go. Upload. This is just a quick recording I've been using. Maybe do the recording from the platform as well, it'd be a good feature. Yeah, I think I will do at some point. I want to build a native app at some point, and so you could record it from your phone. But actually we use Skype as our kind of video conferencing call software, because sometimes we have people remote dial in, so I just record from Skype most of the time. That gets the best audio for both sides. But yeah, recording from the platform could be an interesting one. But once we've got the recording, you can go in and pay, and it's so much per kind of minute of audio. I think I've got it at the moment of like 16 pence. I need to work out what that is in dollars at some point, but per minute. And then that can't be right because that's 30p is the minimum on Stripe though. And then once you pay, which takes a little bit of time because you just have to go through here. Once you paid with the super secret credentials and got a receipt back, then you can click to generate transcription. AWS will go away and transcribe it, and then come back once it's finished transcribing it with the information. It takes a little while, and then you can fix up and identify who's in the speakers, and then you can generate the minutes from that. And our audio is finished, so I need to find a new playlist or something to play. Yeah, we'll go there, shuffle. Not sure why it's taking a little while this time. Maybe there's a bug or something I need to probably figure out. It shouldn't take that long to transcribe 4 seconds of audio, but if I go grab another one, you can see an example. So if I edit transcription, that was kind of a long one, so that's not multiple people speaking, but what have I been doing? Remote Ruby. This is a podcast episode that I uploaded and had it transcribed. And so once you've got this, you'll have the transcription come back. You can go in here and kind of identify all the different speakers. I've got another one where I've done that. So that is meet with speakers, edit transcription. You can go in here and go, oh, this one is Chris, and you change it, and obviously all the names change on the side. You can go through, you go, actually that wasn't Jason who said that, that was Chris. So you can kind of go through and update it, make any changes to the transcription. So kind of, I guess the core of this is the transcription editor and the transcription service. I'm kind of building it around this meeting concept, but this is probably the main valuable bit that I need to fix at some point, because there's a few JavaScript errors with the editor. You can also go in here and type and add stuff in and stuff like that. So. Do I even need this background bit? Can I not just have the background? No, I can't have the background white because these need like a grey colour to stand out on, unless the colour is white. And then these have like a porcelain background var. Porcelain 50 to them. And then that would require this bit to have like a background porcelain 100. I don't hate that. That could be an interesting approach. I feel like I need a max width. Like this feels really wide on this pane. So like maybe a max width and 24 pixels just for now with margin 0 auto. Just to see what it would be like if it constrained it a bit more. Bit too much. I don't even know what's a good 1280 pixels or something. Yeah, that's interesting. I kind of like that. It's getting quite warm. Be off. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go with something maybe a little bit more like this, because I feel like then I'm still keeping within the Polaris color theme. And actually I quite like having these blue panels. Yes, this is the direction we're going now. This is the way. How do I do this? Brain go blur. Let's see. What do we want to do? We want to meeting panel button. Meeting panel button. Doesn't need that anymore. Was that 50 back there? That I made that. Meeting panel. Yes. Yes. Change inside word for that. Is that the only changes I made? Oh, and then obviously the background as well. This one. We're going to see how that looks and feels. Why is it taking so long to refresh? There we go. Yeah, I quite like that. That feels nice. I don't love how these kind of expand. I feel like, what did I use here? Did I use a grid or did I cluster them? It's using a grid, but like the grid template columns have this like min max on them. And the max is 1 FR. Grid template columns auto fit. Auto fits. So this says like if they can only get as small as 250 pixels or 100%. And then they can get as large as 1 FR, so that's 1 FR like dividing up the frame. Maybe I have to change the 1 FR to like 400 pixels. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. What are you doing? What do I actually want to happen here? I kind of like the 4 columns here. At some point it wants to be smaller, 3 columns, 2 columns, 1 column. What is going on with the padding? Good sir, what What is this space? What have I done? Why is there loads of space off to the right hand side? Why do I feel like I'm... Why is the left hand side hogging page? Padding right. EX0 LB. Yes. What's here? Why is the page... We'll open it up again. 127. I don't know what happened to the browser then. It just decided, you know what? We're gonna hang out. Roger. Let's see. Okay, I kind of like where that's going. It does mean that I have basically completely blown away the original ideas in here. Kind of. I mean, again, like there's some weird spacing thing going on. This feels off-centered. But maybe it just feels off-centered because we've lost our colour around the sides. But I also don't feel like this is the worst. There's some stuff I need to improve here, but yeah, I kind of get rid of a lot of the complexity with the scrolling maybe with this. Especially if I can treat these more as just sidebars that kind of sit along the side. They could have the color porcelain 50 if they really wanted to, I suppose. Border radius 10 pixels. No, not border 10 pixels. Border radius, you know? The curves. Yeah. Interesting. Not sure why it does. Oh yeah, because obviously. Yeah, that's interesting because then it still kind of keeps the spirit of what it had before, but I don't have so much of the complexity there. And it frames the page a bit more. There's a section where stuff happens. This is the columned thing, so let's go into columned. Okay, that's not quite what I meant. Border radius, like what's the rounded? We need to round the corners. And BG porcelain 50, right? Is that right? I thought that was right. What have I done? This is the transcription, not the... Okay. Yank inside the quotes, and then we'll undo. We will write that, and then we'll find transcription show. And then we'll go to the same place. We will paste. And then we will put that there like that and just refresh. Yeah. Rounded wasn't word? Was it not? Oh, it is rounded, but it's like kind of rounded, kind of not really rounded, you know? Rounded large? I don't know, what's Tailwind say? What's Tailwind say? Rounded medium, round large, rounded full. Okay. Move that back over there. Rounded... No. Let me in. Rounded medium. You know, let's try and get something that is similar. Or whatever. Large. What's the... Is columned have... Column just does the free column layout. Like, it doesn't do anything else. So... Oh. The roundedness is coming from application layout in here because we have a bunch of stuff going on, like rounded Excel. Okay, fine. Excel was the one. With decorative wave. See, that doesn't make sense anymore. Margin top. Do I just delete inside the quotes? Do I need any of that? No, do not. Doesn't seem to have really solved it. I still have a rounded corner here and not over here. Like, what's going on there? Oh, because we still have in our header this like thing here, which I really just need to get rid of and simplify, you know. Yes. Okay, cool. We'll go to the transcription show page. This block here that I really hate, this whole like content for toolbar. We'll grab this and we'll yank it, and then we'll put it where the editor is. Here. And then we'll refresh. What does that look like now? Okay, like there's some weird stuff going on, but actually it kind of still works exactly how I want. In fact, it actually works better because the sidebars aren't janking around all over the place. You know, solve that problem. We still have this weird problem here. Actually, we do need to have this. Oh no, hang on. Yes, it's because this is here. Delete 12J. Like, get rid of it. You know, we don't want it. We don't want it. Where what? Where's me thing? You know? Where's this? Maybe I do want that. No? 2J. 2J. It's probably there, right? It's up there, but it was cut. Because in our application layout, we need to go in here and for some reason got double heats going on. Now, yield toolbar. We don't need to yield the toolbar anymore. We can get rid of that. And then we can... Actually, I think a big chunk of this is in like our header block. The header after. Header controls, header cover. Let's just go from here. Comment out the rest of the file, you know? We don't want it. Yes. That is what we want. This is the way. Let's go and find that page, meeting show, transcription show. We can now get rid of the like spacer, which I really hated. The spacer was awful. Goddamn awful. Now that's at the top, right? Now, one of the things that I can do... Did I not add rounded here? I did, but like it goes all the way to the top. What's that about? Is that... Oh no, it starts there. Oh, but it's rounded there, but then because obviously you scroll, like this stuff's actually hiding behind the header. I did that the wrong way around. That was for me, but it's like this. don't these have like weird spacing above? Yeah, like the pinned element stuff was just a pain. I'm ripping out big chunks of code that I had before to make this work. That's fine. It's good. Beautiful. We're going to grab this. We're going to maybe yank the end of the line. I need a better way of like change it. Like, so I yank this, right? I've grabbed that line. I want to replace what's here with the thing I yanked. That feels like a common thing I'm doing. You know, replace with register, I'm guessing is what that technically is. Replace every line matching a pattern with a register. That's interesting. I don't. Replace pattern. No, I don't want that. Substitute. That's not really what I want either. I don't know. Guess we'll just... I mean, that works as well, but, you know. And then perhaps we'll go in here and go magenta XL, 2XL, 3XL, I don't know. And up here as well, like MT3XL. Just to bring it down. Maybe that's too much, you know. Maybe we overdid it. Maybe we kind of hit the mark and went beyond. You know, we kind of did too much. Yeah, that would probably be okay if I managed to bring the kind of roundedness back of some of this stuff. Yeah, it's still not quite right. Still not quite right. These things probably need to be like fixed somehow. You know, they're kind of sidebars, but kind of not. I don't know. I'm trying to be visually designing more than interaction design there, and I don't think it's going to work with the interaction design. Okay, there is a thing. There is a thing that I want to do with the audio tag, which is kind of position sticky. I want it to stick, but I don't know how high, how far, because it kind of would stick up here. And it would just be easier if I did overflow scroll, and I'm really trying to avoid it still for some reason. I don't know why. I really like overflow scroll. Don't know. I had some bad experiences with having multiple scrolling panes in Windows that I just not recovered from, you know. I don't think that's useful. Okay. Big cursor. Did this ever generate? No. For some reason it's still in progress. I need to figure out what happened there. That shouldn't have broken. I want to work on the top bar maybe a little bit and replace what we've got going on up there. Let's go. Let's do some stuff in here first. Let's just see what we've got. So we've got the header, which is that. You know, got some padding around it for some reason. Then it's got the actual like information. Perhaps what we can do in here is we can go padding, var, space, small. You know, add a bit of space, but not ridiculous. And make it equal all the way around. Like, what else are you doing? Var, color. Now none of those. Let's go up to the porcelain 900 range, or even like 800. You know, one of those. And then, why is this white? Like, get rid of that. And then we'll go in here, color, white. No? Okay, you're being a bit persistent there, aren't you? Now this can color white. Okay. And on the right hand side, we will change that to also be color white. And then the form button would need to be like a color, at least maybe porcelain 50 or 200. Like, well, I want to grey it out, but not by too much, you know, like 300. What did we go with? We went Polaris, right? Okay, not porcelain. I actually wonder about going darker on the old header. And then that needs to just, you know, go. I need to figure out what to do about navigation. How do I want to navigate? And then the other part is like when you click into a meeting, how do I manage that layout? What if the top bar is the controls, perhaps? Like it becomes a back button rather than the muster minutes up there? Because I almost feel like when you're in the meeting itself, it's very similar to being in like a Google Doc. Like you're in an editor. And so I always find that those editing experiences really ought to have a dedicated bar at the top that isn't kind of distraction free. Logging out isn't really a concern once you're editing the meeting. Things like saving and stuff like that. So like editing the transcript probably needs its own separate space, you know, but we can figure some of that stuff out in. And then we can make use of like modals and sidebars and some of those other things in there as well at that point. I kind of want to save some of these changes. So let's go find our header. We are going to have a short ad break as well. I do have just ads on the general, automated schedule, just so we can avoid pre-rolls, because I hate joining a stream and there being an ad and then you can't really see what's going on. So I do have those on, and I also take breaks in them. And I'm going to do that this time because I do need a new glass of water. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, I'm going to add this information to the header up here, and then we'll see what the next page looks like. We keep jumping around a little bit and seeing what the different pages look like, but we'll figure it out. Cool. I will see you in a moment, and yeah, I'll be back in a moment. returned. Looks like yeah, okay, cool. So let's jump back into it. Hopefully, ads, they say they're 3 minutes. I don't know if you get 3 minutes of ads or not. I've heard mixed things here. I think it depends on how long you've been watching and how many ads you've had in the day so far. So some people are probably back. Some people might still be having ads. I don't really know what the detail is there, but I'm going to get started anyway, get back into it. You'll only see me doing kind of what I was doing last time, which was just going in here and adding some other stuff. I'm going to delete the rest of this file because I'm commented out. I'm kind of not going back down that route, I don't think. Let's see, what did we say? We said we're going to make the background color Polaris 800, 900, 950? I don't know. We'll see. The padding, let's just make it, you know, consistent. Space medium. Did we do medium or small last time? I don't really remember, but let's try medium and then we'll you know, figure that out. Position sticky is fine. Font weight, color bold. Color here, yes, we do want to change the color. We want to change it to white, you know. It's like, eh. Then why did we do that? I mean, that was silly, you know. I think we probably should have just set the header to white. But and am I missing something? Probably the color of all of these things because they are all set in here. So like this span here, I just should add text white there, and maybe even like on here like text large as well, like delete 2 there, delete 2 there. That's what I should have done. Cool. I'm kind of feeling like I might comment that out for a second. Not like that. That's not right. We'll go in here. We'll comment it out this way. No, like that. And then HTML comment. And then we will go into here. And again, this is a link. So I kind of have to... Links are annoying. I really feel like I should just have links inherit the colors rather than having a specific link color, but then I don't know. I need to figure some of that out. In here, well, yes, you know, like actually that is the plan. Like let's just do delete 2t, delete 2t, delete 2t. That'll clear that up. And then if I go to the header, you know, in here, I can do header, anchor links, color, white. Or at least maybe inherit. You know, that will be a bit more thing. Duplicate. Can I keep that tab and then refer back? Fine. So I've kind of kept most of the colors going on. It's the logout button I need to figure out. And also I've noticed the padding is different as well, right? So let's go and change the padding. We did go small by the looks of it. And so if we go here and refresh, they're looking very similar. It's just that logout link. I'm surprised the logout link here isn't a white color, but actually that's because I realize now what I've done. So the application layout, if I jump into application layout, we'll go down here. We set a color somewhere. Where do we set the color? Logout button. Oh, it's a color for the logout. Text small, padding none, no color. Oh, but this is a button. It's different. So header. So I can kind of say, okay, if it's an anchor link or a button, then set color to inherit. I'm not sure that's gonna. Oh, it did work. I actually don't want the color to be inherit here. So I can add my own little override beyond this, which is separate. What the? add that color in there, and then we'll go color, and we'll make this a, what did we say? We said like porcelain, but like maybe 100 or something, or maybe in Pelorus. Where do we go? 300? I think we did 300. That looks exactly the same now. So we can delete that. We're back here. We'll refresh. Cool. Okay, now we can take a look at some of our other pages, which are going to look very weird, very broken, very strange. See what's going on there. We edit the transcription on this. Yes, a little bit odd, but not massively, you know. It's kind of weird. We have broken a few things. We can still get back by clicking the top left link, but that's not always particularly clear. And then, yeah, we can go down here, edit transcription. Not always clear that that's the way that you get back. The link seems to take up half the space or so much of the space. I'm not really sure where that link ends and stops. What's going on there? The span is there. The A is there. Why is it? Oh, because columned, but then it's columned, but it's not what I want. Actually, application layout. So the way that I do a lot of my CSS is I'm using Cube CSS, which is not really a library or a framework or anything like that, but it's more of a methodology. It breaks down the classes by composition, utility, block, and exception. And columned is a composition that I've come up with, which just creates a free column layout in there here. I actually have a slightly different composition that might make a bit more sense of cluster. And if I apply cluster instead of columns, you'll see kind of what happens there. You'll see that these kind of combine together. But then after this, if I want to kind of separate these out, maybe I'll do margin left auto. That should stick that with there, because this says, okay, fill as much margin to the left as possible. And it creates a split between those two items. We get a very similar layout, but now we haven't got like the link all the way over here. The link is just on the text and the icon, which is kind of where we want it. We don't want to be able to just click middle of this blank bar and be like, okay, part of it clicks, part of it doesn't click. What's going on? Why? That's solved. So if I now come into a meeting and edit transcription, like there's still some weird stuff going on I still need to solve. Let's just make this look a little bit more normal. To do that, we'll go into our transcription show page, and then up here, this section, the pop out. Let's go find the pop out. Now, pop out is a block that I've got. You'll see that it's got border radius and border. Where's the top? You know, okay, margin top -2 rem, margin bottom -2 rem. We'll take this off. Let's just comment it out first, and then we'll see what it was doing. There we go. So we probably do want some margin top, but we don't want it to be a negative number. In fact, change inside Word. We can change this to a var space small, perhaps. Just have a little bit of space there. Maybe even medium. Shell signaled an error. I don't know what you're on about, Neovim. Transcription show. I'm going to jump back into here. And was we just refreshing now? Yeah. Okay, cool. Sweet. And then I think what I want to do around this sticky. Problem is it's still a bit confusing because I'm like sticky's relative to what? I don't know. Maybe I could do fixed. Like, is it always at that point in the screen? Yes, but like, where's it gone? You know, I don't know. I want it to be sticky. I kind of want it to be fixed, you know. Wherever it is on the screen when we load the screen, that is where it should remain. But then, is it fixed or static? Those two words always like, static is the default, right? Yeah. Fixed is the one that I'm wanting it to be. But when I position fix it, and that's ChatGPT, position fixed wherever it would normally be positioned. I want it there. You know, just it's removed from the normal document flow, which is true, and that's kind of the problem because I then have to identify where it would have been and then work out the offset. I don't want to do that. That sounds gross. Maybe we can. Like, we now know that this is probably a fixed height, although we can't really know it's a fixed height because at some point on a responsive screen, those two things might stack and be a problem. Sorry, just bringing OBS in from the side. Let's leave OBS over there, you know. OBS can stay where it is. We don't need it to come across. Okay. We have also lost our information about the meeting. Like our meta. I mean, one of the easier ways of doing this like thing that's fixed to the page might just be to say, hey, you know, it fixes to the bottom. Like this, it's sticky, but it's sticky to the bottom. And we could do like in line, inset, inline, end, 0 pixels. Is that right? Position sticky is also one of those things that confuses me sometimes. So let's just, you know, let's go over position sticky again and dive into how position sticky works. I actually quite like this CSS Tricks article. Because it just, actually no, not that one. There's a different one. Which apparently doesn't make it nothing. The DigitalOcean one is also equally good. Top align self. Yeah, so notice how this shark here sticks to the bottom of the screen as you go down the page. And that's because it has a bottom of 1 rem and position sticky. So let's just take a look at this. It's got position sticky. Let's just do inside, like, let's do bottom 10 pixels. You should be moving, you know? It's because it has to be at the bottom, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, you know. Now that I'm thinking about it. This needs to be down here. And then if we did what is the thing here? Like bot 1 or something? Like Tailwind. I will move this into a class. I just don't know what the tailwind syntax is. Bottom. I'd like you to be on the bottom. Oh, it's just the word bottom. Bottom 0. Okay. Bottom 0. There we go. Now we kind of have something else going on where this is at the bottom of the bar. It's a little bit hidden, you know. Like, oh, it's a bit loud, soz. I have a compressor on the audio. Sorry, tangential thought. More OBS. So I was just like, I actually have a compressor on the audio for my mic, but I don't have one for the macOS screen capture, and maybe it makes sense to have one. Maybe. I don't know. You know. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, I think that kind of looks good. I think I should also do like maybe bottom 0, but padding BG white. You know, like maybe I should be covering the background a little bit. And then like perhaps do PB medium or something just to bring some space above the bottom, but then make sure it's not showing you the text. So it's like the text comes out of the audio. I think that's interesting. I don't know if this is visible enough, if that makes sense. But also, does it have to be like the audio down there? You can control it. Perhaps there's another button at the top as well where you can play it, but that button's going to disappear. Also, it's quite common to have audio controls at the bottom of the page, right? Like YouTube, Spotify, they all have that down there. So maybe that's okay. It definitely makes the build of this a lot simpler. If I'm just pinning it to the bottom. It does require then to not have margin negative there. Actually, I only want that negative margin to be on the left and right, which now means I've got more space, like ridiculous amounts of space. We don't want all that space. We're gonna bring that back and see how that looks. Okay. And actually, it's quite interesting because, I mean, once you get to a certain point in the page, we'll have the minute generation at the bottom. I don't actually know where that's gone. That should be there, saying, "Hey, do you want to create the minutes?" Why you know be there? It's not there because where is it? You know, you rendered the transcription. And then that renders transcription form. I guess we just don't have it there anymore. I guess it was originally on the meeting. And then, I don't know. He's gone. But yeah, we'd have the option of generating the minutes there. I don't know where that's gone. That's baffled me. I'm baffled. Absolutely baffled. It feels like this needs a header now. Like, it feels a bit, you know, headerless. I did have a header. It's just SR only, right? So like, let's maybe go and bring that down 1, delete 2 the closure, and then do refresh. And then we'll change it. Edited the wrong thing, but transcription. And then transcription. We'll comment out those 2 pages, those 2 lines. We don't really need those. Transcription. And maybe there could be a play pause button at the top there, and then that would be like the thing. Again, I still want a way really of being able to pin stuff to that top right. And so maybe we need to come up with some sort of pattern there at some point. There's even like a little button that floats here would be quite good. But again, it's dependent on knowing the height, and I'm trying to avoid too much JavaScript. Okay. Let's also go to transcription, show, and then we'll go look here. We don't need, like, we've got the margin top there, the pinned element. I don't know about the pinned element. Actually, the pinned element, what was doing all that spacing? Yeah. So the pinned element now means that those things are kind of just, you know, they're free to roam. Kind of like the idea of these things kind of being attached to the sides and then having position fixed on them, and then using overflow scroll in these to kind of manage the scrolling of those sections, if that's required. That still kind of requires them being this 3-column layout. But the columned doesn't want that anymore. You know, it's kind of like that. If I did that, then it's going to break a bunch of stuff elsewhere, but let's go into that. That's fine. Let's go application, HTML, and then go find that. What are we doing here? So we're kind of saying, okay, we don't need this div anymore. Like, why do we want that div? Get rid of it. Which is fine to a degree, but okay, no, this is still fine because there's still spacing here. What's providing the spacing here? The whole page has the padding large 3XL on it, right? Okay, okay. Those pages obviously don't have any padding. They need to have some padding at some point. We'll come back to those and tidy those up, but okay, that's fine. So that's kind of, that works. And then you go into here, that page again needs some love, but hey, edit transcription. And you get to the bottom and yeah, okay, fine. Maybe I do just have them switch. What do we want to do there? So what we're currently using columns, right? Which is that. What if I added flex wrap? You know, if like we'll let them wrap. We'll leave the gap as it is. We'll do this as a flex grow, you know. And then we'll have a flex basis on here. Now what's the flex basis going to be? Well, I'm going to calculate and we're going to say, let's just go 30 rem for now. I don't know the exact thing, but yes, that's what I want. What we're basically going to say is like at a certain point, this is going to be some positive number that is ridiculously large, and at the other point it's going to be some negative number which is an invalid flex basis and therefore doesn't apply, and will just be flex grow 1. We will want to do the same, you know, for here, but flex grow 1 will be flex grow 2. The other thing that we'll want to do, and actually I don't know if we really care about this because we will just have, I think that's fine. Let's see what we've got. What have we done? We've done nothing. But really what we've done is when you get to 30 rem, which at some point will be, again, 30 rem was too small. Why are we, no? Is that not want to do anything? That doesn't want to, you know, play ball? Play ball? Hey, play ball? No? Okay, fine. Change this in here to var switch size. Var switch size. Can I calc like that, or does this have to be a calc within a calc? Like, I actually don't know, like, if I have to do another calculation there, or whether that's valid. I kind of want this to be, let's do 1024 pixels, because then I know I'm going to hit it at some point. That's what I expected. So this is below 1024. And now we have this kind of layout where everything is stacked on top of each other. Agenda, transcription, participants. You know? Have I got DevTools open? Why is it lagging? No DevTools. No. The rendering, it seems a little bit laggy. Okay, so that kind of works. I mean, we kind of get this at a certain point. It gets too small. We switch. We move into like a responsive mode. Not entirely sure about the ordering of those once it reaches that size. Perhaps we could do something about the order. Isn't there a flex order CSS? You know, there's a property for ordering stuff in Flex. Like, okay, flex direction, column, row, reverse, fine, sure, if you like. But isn't there a way I can just do order? Yeah, okay. I can just set the order to be 2. And I guess this requires a bit of a let's write a comment, you know. And what we'll say here is what is container query? Set when below 1024 pixels, set the second child to be order asked. How do I do that? At media max width var switch size. Can I use a media query like that? That looks like you've made that up. I'm sorry, sir, but that looks like you've made that up. That's not what I want. I also said container query. So like, what do you container query? CSS container queries. Do I want to do container query? I don't know. Container type and line size. And then I should be able to do that. Container queries still confuse me a little bit. But hey, we'll grab that. We'll grab that and put it in there like that. And then what we will do is we will do at columned, sure, at container columned max width, set the order 999. Does that work? Is it min width or max width? Worked. Took the second item, threw it at the bottom. So then we get kind of agenda, participants, transcription. Can I do that still by just basically saying, can I change this to var switch size? I don't know. That feels weird. I don't feel like that should be possible. It's not good because that would break any sort of kind of convention that I understand. 1024 is so arbitrary. Especially when everything else is using rem and stuff. And it does work though. Like that's arguably probably. I guess it's actually like 16 is 1 rem, right? So 1024 divided by 16, 64 rem. That's actually quite a nice number. Just feels nice, you know? Sometimes the number just feels right. So it should still be the same. Yes. In fact, we'll change it here as well. 64 Zulane. And then on mobile, you get it, and it looks like this. You get to go through it. Sweet. Okay. What the other thing that's bothering me is I scroll and these things disappear, like they've gone up the page. I'm like, no, they should be here. Bring them back. It's the same problem I had last time. I did start building that JavaScript sticky widgety thing. Didn't really work. Kind of worked, kind of didn't. Kind of had some issues. How do I want it to work? I actually do think that thing I had probably was the right solution. The pinned element, you know. So let's go back to having pinned element. I don't think about it, just doesn't sit right. But you know, we'll go. So what was it? It was pinned element. I kind of put it into a nice little thing. Where's it gone? Oh, I need the equal sign. Okay. See that? Again, it's not quite straight, but it's definitely. Let's grab that, stick it down there. 2J. Actually, you'll yank that line and paste it in, or bring it in one. Oh, what we've done. 18J, bring that in one, delete that line. Right, that's fine. Okay. They stick like they should. Like they should. And if I brought the page size down, they don't do anything, because that's fine. You wouldn't expect them to do anything. Where would they go? I mean, I guess that's maybe one of the weird things. I scroll. I don't know. Pinned element controller. This top margin, like what on earth is this? If I set that to 0. Not what I want, is it really? Like, I don't want it stuck there. So I need to calculate the header height. I need something to do that for me. I do wonder if, like, if I look at the pinned element helper, you know, it renders a pinned element. Pinned element. You got the anchors and you got the element. I wonder if the thing. There's the element. There's the anchors and then the element. I think I was doing a lot of this on the element, right? Yes. And I actually think what I probably should have done is have the pinned element inside like something that gets the styling, and then the other thing that has the controller on it is like the whole height, because then I can do everything relative to that, and it simplifies a lot. So let's try and fix this JavaScript, because the JavaScript isn't necessarily the problem here. It was me. I am the problem. So we'll solve the problems of past Josh and fix some of these, because this to do here. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? So let's see. Control E. We'll delete some of these harpoon things out, because we're going to make use of this file a lot, and we're going to make use of, actually, if I press Control O, it's this file. Control O again. We're probably not going to do that file. It should just be this file and that file. You know, those are the two files that we're going to be interacting with. Those are the two files we just need to get to quickly. Now, One of the things here is like this yield is there. Why is it there? I don't know. Doesn't make sense. But actually, it probably does want to be there now because we're going to add in a div here, right? And in this div, we are going to give it a data target. Is it a pinned element target? How does stimulus hotwire? Why can't I type? You know? Handbook. Let's go in handbook and see reference targets. Data search target, and then it has the name. So ours is going to be data pinned element target, and that's going to have a name. Pinned element target, and that's going to be equal to the pin. The item, pin. I guess pin is fine, you know. We've got the start anchor, the pin, and the end anchor. Now, this concept of start anchor and end anchor, like, who were you when you wrote this code? Because we don't need those. Surely we don't need those if we just have the box we're in and then the thing we're pinning. Like, I actually wonder if I should just destroy all of the code. You know? Do I destroy the code? I don't know if I destroy the code. The code's in Git. So screw it. Let's destroy, you know? Like what's the worst that could happen, you know? So delete the end of the file. Is that right? Shift V. I did the wrong thing, didn't I? There we go. Cool. Connect. So we do want to connect. And then the static targets. Well. Change to the P. And then we can delete to the bracket. We've got our pin, right? So we're going to refresh. It's not going to do anything. It's going to be like, oh, where did everything go? What's happening to me? Well, I need to add a window listener, right? I need to. It would be kind of nice to see what was in that previous thing. So let's just, you know, reference it, but not have it accessible to us. So if we'll go into code, GitHub, issues, not issues, app, assets, actually JavaScript, controllers, pinned element controller. So we had this like different mode thing going on. Like, are we sticky or are we pinning? Does it matter? Does it really matter? I don't think it matters. Let's do the pinning version first. Intersection observer, scroll handler, like, what are we doing with this intersection observer business, you know? We want a scroll handler, and so we are setting this up. So let's grab that. That is what we're doing, and that is what we will grab. So we will then have a scroll handler function. And what we're basically saying is, hey, okay, this scroll handler, we're going to bind this. I actually think we can just do .bind this here. I don't like. Let's keep it simple. And then let's just do console.log scroll. The simplest version. We'll close some of these files because I don't close the one that I didn't want to close. Command Shift T. Command Shift T, Command Shift T. Not that one. Don't close that one. Close these limit pages. Yeah. Cool. Beautiful. Inspect element. Console, refresh, and scroll. There we go. There's our scroll events popping through in the console. Beautiful. What do we want to do on the scroll? Well, there's a few things, right? We kind of want to set the positions. So what was we doing in here? Like, we were kind of doing a bunch of stuff. We were saying in the scroll handler, like, hey, are we pinned to the bottom? Which mode are we in? Which direction did we scroll? What are we doing? And really, we're setting position fixed is the main thing. And I mean, the sticky thing is just position fixed, really, like to a degree, till it's not, you know. So there is some kind of concept of state. Which state are we in? But you know, let's go. I mean, the other thing we should do as well is like this scroll handler. Maybe we should just call it straight away as well. Just to set that. And what are you doing? Here we go. Just to make sure that it's set. This dot scroll handler. I mean, that's maybe why I probably should have had the way I had it before. This scroll handler. Beautiful. Completed 0% formatting. What? Oh, it does do like a doing it done kind of job. Okay. So, what do we want to do? You know, we need some information about the page we're in. You know, so like we can grab this, I guess here, const parent. I need to take a quick break, actually. It won't be too long, but I do need to take a break. I was trying to pull it out until the advert, but unfortunately, I've got to take it now. So I will be right back. Back. Thanks for bearing with me while I had that brief intermission. I'm probably going to have to take another break soon as well anyway, because we have some shopping being delivered. But apparently we are the next stop. But they say that and then don't really get another message for like another half hour sometimes. So who knows where the previous stop was. So we'll see. But anyway, let's see where we were. So we were trying to grab the... So we were doing a scroll. We want some information about the parent, right? So let's kind of just think about this a little bit and just do a console log. Console.log. This.element. So we are the parent. The other option would have been to grab like parent through the pin, like the pin target, and grab that parent. But we know that those, like, it's the same, right? So the element is then, we want to grab it, get bounding client rect. And I just want to console with it out, see what it is, you know. And actually, let's maybe do a little object here. Parent or container. Find the closing one there. And then the pin, you know. This is the pin target. And then we'll add that comma there. And then we'll refresh. Now we'll go over here and just see what happens. We'll see what happens. Why are we getting... So every time we run it, and we kind of get a couple of like scroll things going on. Get the container. Container has a height of 486. The pin has a height of 486. So that kind of tells me that the pin is, you know, the container is filling the height of the pin. But actually I probably want it to be the height of maximum height. And so this section probably ought to be the pinned element. And perhaps it reduces the point of having the thing, because I just need to say, hey, like, here's a thing that's pinned and here's the container. Because I don't need these anchors anymore. The anchors are dying. The anchors are gone, you know. The other option would be to try and have this fill the height with some sort of styling. So let's see if we can do that. Display flex, maybe. Like, does that get us there? No. Height, 100%. No. Max height. Max content. No. No. So what can we do? Like grid. The grid. Grid. No. We're targeting the element at the moment. Actually, we want to be targeting the data controller up here. Height 100%. 100%. Okay, 100% does get us what we want here, I believe. If we were to scroll, cause another one of these, we get a container. The height still 486. Not quite what we want, no. Not quite what we want. Is that not the right? Maybe the this dot element container get bounding client rect. Okay. So JavaScript get bounding client rect. You know, like, what is bounding, you know? The return value is the object which is the smallest rectangle which contains an entire element, including its padding, border, width. So if we have an element that is, why have we got like fluff on this? If we have an entire element, the element is here. Height 100%. 502. 486. $502 0. What? This one was 0. Now when I scroll, because we've got to remember we have 2 of these on the page. So maybe let's simplify. Let's simplify what we've got going on because there's just too much going on. If I go to the transcription show partial, if I just do this for the right hand sidebar and perhaps not even render that out, we can just get rid of the equals. Like this will just disappear. Now we just have the 1 to worry about, and we can figure out what's going on here without worrying about the other thing that's happening over on the left hand side. Yeah, sounds good. Let's go with that. Now we have this pinned element target and it's inside the pinned element container, which is this. I would like to grab my console. Where is it gone? Let's bring this over here. Eventually that will work itself out. Is there a console I can have it down here? No? Okay. Okay. So we're on this. That's going to be our $0. That's our pinned element, right? So $0. Oh, ad break. I apologize. Okay. Now, get client rects. Like, what's the deal with this one? Okay. $0.get bounding client rect height. So that's what I'm expecting, you know, 25429. Like that's a ridiculously large number. But then when I scroll, I get this container. Okay, that height is correct. Okay. So if I'm in here and I refresh and I scroll, container height 25,000. Good. The actual height of the pinned element 484. Now we have our container that has our X and our Y. It also has our top, so how far we are from the top of the page till we get to this element, and the height. Those are the top and height. We can probably do most of what we need here. I don't think we need the X. Maybe we need the X. What do we actually want to do here? We kind of want to, I mean, we could just set sticky and say, okay, it's going to stick, you know. But if it's overflow, if it's over the height, the pin is larger than the container, then we kind of need to do something else, you know. We need to kind of switch mode and switch what we're doing there and change the approach. But our goal really is to do position fixed, have it fixed at a certain point in the screen. Not always. So what was you doing in our previous code? Our previous code kind of had this 2 different modes. There was like fixed and relative. So most of the time it probably ought to be relative. Unless you are scrolling down. So this had this whole approach where I was like, okay, we're going to apply a set of styles to the element. But in this case, it's going to be the pin. It should be pinned to the top. At certain situations, right? And then it should be pinned to the bottom in other situations, and then it should be scrollable in other situations, if that makes sense. And so what we had here probably was along the right lines, but the inputs into here were the bits that were problems, right? We're kind of going in a weird relation, like the parent rect and all sorts of stuff going on, you know. So a max top, like what on earth was going on with that? Why did we need that? And it's because we didn't have this concept of our parent rectangle that we could contain ourselves within. So I actually think we probably do want to have some of these. I think the first thing is probably pin top, and we got to work out like where we're fixing, right? So if we do space 1, pin to top, right? What's going on here, you know? There we go. Like, what am I doing? 3J. Now, this dot element is actually pin target. And so if we just do this, we can do S element becomes pin target. And then this pin to top margin. Well, we can just work this out, right? Because this top margin, the width is equal to the width. Okay, so we want the parent rect equals that. Change to the space. We can do parent rect dot top. Parent rect dot width, right? I think that might be right. The widths match, right? So on here, width 285, the width 285, right? The top should also match 122, 122. So because we're in this, when we're pinning to the top, we're just taking the parent rect and saying, okay, like wherever that is, you are now fixed there, right? So let's see what that does. If I mean, I don't even need the scroll handler to be called here. Let's just, you know, this dot into top and just see what happens. I pin it to the top. It's not doing anything. Why is not doing anything? Maybe the relative is weird. Like it's obviously done something because it's now here. It has position fixed on it. But it's not actually fixed, right? Let's also clear out the it shouldn't be confusing, but it shouldn't be causing any issues, but let's just clear these two out because they are not required. They are surplus to requirements, and we probably need a relative, right? Position relative, maybe, because we are going to be relatively positioning things relative to that. Still a bit confusing, right? So we've got this here and it's position fixed. It has this top. Now, it's fixed, but it's also not fixed. Like what's that all about? CSS position fixed. Am I missing something? Absolute, sticky, fixed. Fixed is what I want. Relative to the viewport, so it stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. Does not leave a gap in the page where it would have normally been located. So if it's position fixed, why does it move? You know? It should not be moving. It is fixed. It is fixed to a point on the page. No, that's relative. It should be fixed to the viewport. Is there other styles happening? No. What's happening here? This top spacing here should be relative to the top of the viewport, regardless of what this position relative is doing. You know, like those aren't doing anything because of the position fixed. Absolute, fixed, relative, static, sticky. And if I just add z index 1, so that's what it should be doing, right? It should be stuck there in that way. That is position fixed. So what's happening when it's in the box it's supposed to be? Well, it's inside this position relative. It's inside the column. It has a container. Is there something weird with container queries? You know? Like, are we relative to the container? Interesting. Interesting. This position fixed is relative to the container. But surely that just means that the sticky position is relative to the container. I mean, that kind of solves another problem we had earlier for a different part of the layout, which is down here. But I didn't realize that containers stuff changed the thing. So I just want to test that for a second. So if I did position sticky, we did top 0. Obviously the width can go now. It's not quite right. But I guess you'd also need the... I don't really know. But yeah, like it's... I don't know what I'm thinking here. Like the container is this thing that's relative columned, right? But that is also scrolling, so you'd need the thing to not be scrolling. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It doesn't solve the problem we have. The problem we have now is we have this container. CSS container. I just want to learn more about CSS containers because I just have not really. That is a terrible website to look. I used to use that as that's where I learned stuff from, but just container type normal. I really need to spend some time learning about containers. That gives it a name. That gives it a type. Let's ask our friend ChatGPT, you know. I'm doing position fixed, but I've realized that I have a container above, though now my element isn't fixed to the screen. It is instead fixed to the container. What's on here? I haven't done much with containers before. Yes, that is how I always imagined position fixed works. No, you've missed the point. I have. You've missed what I've told you. Columns. I know what the issue is. It's this. Doesn't look like ChatGPT is aware of some of these concepts. Fair enough. I'm only really using this in a place where they are used on full screen. So I think I can just do at media. And I can just do max width. Delete 4J and then do that. And let's see. Let's just see if that has applied the desired effect. No? Yes. Kind of. I mean, I obviously have this position fixed thing going on at the same time, which is not going to help with the situation. We need to just turn that off in order to test this effectively. Also, sometimes the browser just has a mind of its own of what it's doing. Okay, cool. Fine, so that still applies as it should. Sweet. Let's go back to trying to solve for this. Now, that is effectively what I want to happen, kind of. I'm still not really sure about this top section. The top section's still bothering me, you know, but we'll solve that later. That is fine. What if there were loads of speakers, right? I mean, that could be a problem. It certainly could be Control O. Felt like I just did something here. Yeah. Transcription show. No, not there. 23J. We'll just swap which ones we're pinning. I'm going to move to this side. We'll move to the left hand side. Because what we can do is we can go find another meeting. Perhaps one with data in it, you know. That one. Meet with speakers. This one. We edit this one. Do we still have our demo route in view? Yeah, it's very broken, but we do. I'm just going to bring this over here while I quickly bring over there. You know, just bring over there. Special guest, conference highlights. After, again, I need to party experience. I need to make it easier for me to just add these in. Sponsor acknowledgement. What else did they talk about? Ruby confessions. Closing remarks. Getting close. Open floor. Oh, I can't see the data anymore. I need to be able to scroll. No, there's a problem here. So that's the next thing we need to fix. Let's see. Is the Ocado order on its way yet? It says we're at the next stop, but it said that 30 minutes ago, so we'll come back to that in a moment. I might have to take a break soon. I imagine they're probably almost here. So we've got position fixed sticky at the top, you know. So we're pinning to the top. At a certain point, we want the ability to not pin to the top. I kind of like this idea of like lock to top, you know, like you're locked, and then I kind of have this other idea which means we can have like unlock. And then that means we're kind of undoing the bottom and the width, kind of setting the same styles, but now we're saying the relative position. And now we have to work out what the relative position is. So we'll comment that out and we will work out what this is. So the element style top. Well, before we had it, so it was like this top that was calculated based on kind of its current top, max top, like there's a bunch of stuff there. There was like a min and a max. What do we want the top to be? So you've scrolled some way down the page, you know. I've scrolled a little bit here. I mean, actually, to solve the problem I've got here, what I actually need is pin to bottom. So I'm kind of skipping ahead. So we'll just comment that out a second, and then we'll do a lock to bottom. And perhaps we'll even have a underscore lock, not sure. Has Copilot figured this out? Parent rect, get parent rect. Not quite, maybe. And what did I do here? Just do this, right? Do bottom 0 pixels. It's basically the same as this, but here. No. And then, but instead of this just gets to set to, what does that get set to? Null. Yeah. Delete to the end of the line. I probably should have done change, but hey, no. Changing a word, and then this becomes 0 pixels, you know. So we can change this. Change to there, not to bottom. Ah, this is wrong. No, that's right. We're relative to the screen. There we go. And maybe there should be some padding, but like, sure, whatevs, right? Like, that's now pinned to the bottom. And it means I can now go in and add the rest of my items. I don't remember what they were. They've gone, you know. Got our local host must have minute 127 demo. What was it? And then like open floor and then like adjournment. You know, those items are in there now. Hey Candy Strike, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for joining in the chat. Okay, cool. So now we've kind of got this stuck to the bottom, and we have this other problem, and then they have this concept of unlocking it. So TC7J. Then when we unlock, we'll need to work out whichever position we're currently at, and then work out where it should be. So not like that, not like that. We're gonna grab the, where is it? Not there, not this, not that, this. So the pinned element is there, right? If I did console now and clear the console and we did $0, that's the pinned element. And then we did the get client bounding rect. What do we have? We've got like top set to 10 pixels. Is that to the top of the screen? Probably. Does it matter whether we're moving, which mode we're moving into? I don't know. If we're currently pinned to the bottom, what can we work out from how far we've got a scroll height, so we know how far we've scrolled down the page. Let's take it off there. Let's go in here, and I guess we need to figure out on the scroll handler what we're doing. By default, we are in a unlocked state. But we kind of have no specific top value. And the idea is as soon as we scroll down the page, eventually we're going to get to the bottom of the element that we would like to pin, and we want to lock it into the page from the bottom. So to do that, we are going to take a look at what we did earlier, which was in our scroll handler. We kind of had this like, okay, if the parent rect is more like less than the window inner height, right, because bounding client rect is always relative to the viewport, and this is one of the problems I think I ran into before, because it's always relative to the viewport, not relative to the document. And what I really need is like relative to the document in a few cases. Get bounding client rect gets me the top and bottom relative to the viewport, and I get this information relative to the document itself, like how much the top of the page. At the current scroll position. Yes, that makes sense. So is that what I was doing before? The rect.top minus the parent rect, like parent rect.top minus 32. That was an arbitrary number for whatever reason. And then we had nothing about like the height of the window, and that was where we were going wrong. So when we're scrolling, let's just refresh. So we should be in a mode where we're kind of free to scroll, right? When we're scrolling, at some point we do enough scroll that the height of this the bottom of this becomes 0. If I kind of grab this element here, this pin, and then do $0.get bounding client rect. I'm sorry if that code is very, very tiny. And so the bottom here, 948. That's the height of the screen, essentially. Top is off the page. I guess the bottom and the height, right? These are all applying scrollable. When update element position. Oh, I see, because before I had this weird thing where if it intersects with the pin anchor, then it pins it to the top. If it intersects with a pinned anchor, then it pins it to the bottom. That was a bit weird. Am I falling into the same trap I did last time? I don't know. Don't quite know for sure. What information do I have? I have the height, the scroll bar, the window height, the height pin of this. I'm scrolling. This dot locked, false, right? And then when we lock to the top, we set this dot lock equals true. Now we have this concept of knowing whether we're locked or not. So while we're scrolling, if not this dot locked, then we're looking for situations where we can lock, right? If we're not locked, and I guess if we're not locked and the what was this? How do I get the window Y? Window.scroll Y. Window.scroll Y. Is more than we really need to const container rect is that, const pin rect is that, and then leave 3j. Pin rect dot bottom. Then we're locking it to the top. Is that right? We're really looking for when we lock to the bottom. If it's not locked and the scroll height, how far we've scrolled down the page, is equal, was I can scroll down, and at a certain point it just kind of pins. it kind of is there. Like, that kind of is the right behavior, but I don't know why it doesn't do it until, I think because the amount that we're offset by is the parent rect, right? Like, const scroll position is window scroll y minus the container rect dot type. Scroll position. Let's go back in here. What are you doing? Why is... Oh, I've got caps lock in. I really just... I'm going to turn off caps lock. I'm going to stop using caps lock altogether because I just accidentally fat thumb it. End up in some weird mode that doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay, we're getting closer, but it wasn't quite the right thing. Let's, when we lock it to the bottom, let's just console.log, lock the top. And we'll do scroll position. And the pin rect bottom. Like, I just want to see what's going on. Scroll, 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 scroll. 809,774. So we've scrolled 809 down the page. And the bottom of the element is 774 from the top of the page, is what that means. But why is there such a big disparity between those two numbers? Don't know. Perhaps let's move this up there so then we can just constantly see it as we're scrolling down the page. We'll scroll to the top of the page. Okay, we'll refresh. All clear. Okay, so we're here. We scroll down a little bit. -125. First number, if we remember correctly, is our scroll position. We haven't really scrolled anywhere yet, even though we kind of have. So I guess that's kind of confusing, right? So maybe that's not quite what we want. And the bottom of this agenda is 1,241 pixels from the very top of our viewport. So as I scroll down, that number's reducing, and also our scroll position's reducing as well. Now, do it bit by bit. Eventually we get to like the form, and our bottom is getting closer and closer and closer before at some point the bottom is 0, right? Actually, no, it's not 0. The window height. What am I doing here? This is just basically the scroll position, not the scroll position. The rect bottom. The window height, right? Like the window dot height. Window dot height? Inner height? Window outer height. What is the height of this? Window DOM JS window height. You know what, outer? The interior height of the window, including the height of the horizontal scroll bar. Right, okay, so what's the outer height? Height of the whole browser window. We don't want the height of the whole browser window. So we just want the height of the inner height. So if this is ever less, the bottom of the screen is ever less than the window inner height, then we're locking to the bottom. That really should be how simple it is. Like, we want to lock to the bottom whenever we're there, right? Now there is something around changing direction. If we're scrolling down, we're pinned, but at some point we might want to change direction. So we do need to know which direction we were scrolling, which means we need to remember which direction, what the previous scroll position was before the scroll started happening. We did do that in our previous version. We had this kind of last scroll Y concept. So at the end of our kind of scroll handler, we just set that to the current scroll Y. And I guess we kind of had some way of getting the direction, scroll direction, yeah. And that was like a little function that we had where we were just like, okay, are we going up or are we going down? So I'll grab that because that was useful. That function was helpful. So if we are locked, and I guess we need to kind of know in which mode we are locked. Do we need to know which mode we are unlocked? Yeah, because I need to know, like, in here, if we change direction, so perhaps this isn't just a true or false. This is a bottom and top, right? Are we locked? Yes, it's the top. So if locked equals the bottom and our scroll direction becomes up, well, we need to unlock, right? Wrist.unlock. There is something as well I need to set here because the fixed position can only be fixed so much. I feel like we are like when we refresh and we're at the top, perhaps this fixed position is wrong. And so I just maybe need to check what these are. Console.log those two values. I just want to see, you know. 149,980. Obviously now they're all 980. Let's just comment out this lock to bottom for a second. We'll go back to what we were doing before. But it starts off here. Yes, that very first one is kind of invalid, kind of useless. Is that one here? Let's turn that off. Then we don't have the... Yeah. So now it is when it's less. So I can scroll and it pins. Or it locks in place, you know. We're kind of locked in place. Keep scrolling. And then at some point we scroll up, we change direction, and that's not picking up. So when we're locked at the bottom and scroll direction is up, console.log unlock. You know, maybe we are unlocking, but we're just not really applying the right styles right now. I think I did see an unlocking there. There's just so much noise. Okay, we're now locked in place. Go up. It does say unlock, but we're still still kind of locked in place, you know. If it's locked, if it's not locked, and the scroll direction is down, and the bottom of the window is less than the inner height, then we're locked to the bottom. If it's locked to the bottom and we scroll up, then regardless, we want to unlock. Like, we're trying to get away from that. And so we should unlock what we're doing. If I yank that or delete that line and then paste that in down here. We then set position relative to that. I need to work out the style, the height, top. That should set it to false, and regardless of that, it should now lock again. Not locked, scroll direction is down. Just do backtick, scroll direction. There we go. Scroll up, down, 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 up, down, down. These are all wrong, right? What's going on here? There. S element becomes pin target. What are you doing, man? There we go. No wonder it wasn't working. All this time, I was like, what's going on? Okay. That's more what I expected, you know. So we lock it in place. We scrolled up and it's gone. Bloody hell, where's it gone? And it's like, oh, it's back up there. And if we scroll down a bit, it's like, oh, we're locked back in place. And we scroll up, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down, you know. So we're kind of locking it, unlocking it, and then we're kind of losing it. We need to go back to it. So we got to scroll all the way back up. We scroll back down, locked in place, scroll up, it's gone back up. So we kind of need to work out, when we scroll up again, we need to work out where we need to position this so that it feels like it's in its natural spot, rather than it just suddenly shooting up into the sky. Because shooting up into the sky isn't what we want it to do. We want to be able to scroll up until we get to the top of the pane, and then we're going to pin it to the top. And then we're going to kind of do the same in both directions. So that is the plan there. How are we doing on time and stuff going on? Still not had any other response from the old delivery of the foods. Shopping. And got an ad in 11 minutes. So hopefully, you know, they time it well and we can just do an ad when the food arrives. And I can go pack it away in the fridge. Although I probably have to cool it. No, it should be okay for a little while. Let's see what's going on. I'm making good progress on this. I want to keep at it because I'm feeling like we're getting close to having a solution to the things that we're working on. So what are we doing? So we're grabbing got it going down. We need to go up. So what do we have at this point? At this point, what do we have to work with? We've got our scroll position so far, which we can offset by the height of the panel. We've got our scroll position so far. And if we take away the height, and we need to take away the height. I feel like there's something about like window height. What do we have? We've got Let's just create a little bit of space down here. We've got window height. We've got the element height. We've got the scroll position. We've got the top of parent rect. Those are the different things that we've got to work with. And really, I guess what we're doing is to work out the position that we would like our locked element to become unlocked. We need to calculate a few of it. This would be easier if I had like a whiteboard, you know. I need to set up a bit of a whiteboard session for doing some of this stuff on stream. I do have a whiteboard off to the side, or actually whiteboard sheets that stick to the wall. They are great, but they cost £1 a sheet, but they are perfect. So maybe I should set something up for that at some point. But I'm just going to brute force it and try and do it without doing a visual. The second. So we have the window, but we have scrolled down in. It's this top, right? So we're setting the top of the pin. We have. No, we're doing it in somewhere. Let's grab the tool. What have we got? Is it Miro? Miro, a good place to do this. I'm going to be signed out of everything. That's the only problem as well, because I've got those things that I've got signed out of. Miro.com. Let's grab this. Let's see if I can do it in Miro. I kind of don't want the background thing. Okay, fine, whatever. So, let's say we've got our browser window, right? Browser, let's just get rid of that and just go text browser window. You know, black box here is our browser window. And then inside that, we have scrolled so far, right? The page, everything's relative to the browser window. We've got this one here can be like a dark blue, and this is the parent, right? And inside the parent, we have a thing right here, which is going to be, I don't know, red, right? And the red thing probably is like there. So, what do we have? Well, we obviously know the height of the window. We know the top to the top of the parent. We know, I guess that's this line, right? Like, we know that. And we know that to be like parent dot top, like. And it's going to be some negative number, right? We're like, let's say it's minus 200 pixels or something, right? We also know another thing, right? We know our top to the pinned element, right? So we've got our pin dot top. Now, these are both the red color, whichever color that is not red, that one. Let's say that's 100 pixels, right? Okay, like it's 100 pixels. That's 100 pixels. We've scrolled 100 pixels down the page, effectively. Well, surely I just want to take this difference and I want this to be the new top, right? This is like what I want to add, what I want to calculate is that. Because that's the top to the parent. and then I'm relative to the parent. So I can do everything relative to the parent. I just need to take these two numbers, take one from the other, make them absolute. It's actually really simple. So let's do that. It's so much easier when you just draw a couple of boxes on the screen and visualize it when you're dealing with stuff like this. So I think I actually probably did this here, right? Like there's rec.top minus the parent rec.top. I absolute that and then also grab the min. Don't know why I had the min in there. Don't think I needed it. I think I just did that because I was adding padding and doing all sorts of weird stuff. I'm going to do that in the box itself. So Ocado has just arrived and there is an ad in 4 minutes. So I am going to have to hold this frame and come back to it. I'm going to go be right back and hopefully it won't take too long. We'll see. And then we'll finish this up when I get out. And there will be some ads as well. I think somewhere in about 4 minutes. Yes. Okay, cool. I shall see you in a moment. I'm back. Oh, thank you for holding on and bearing with me while I just sorted that out. What was we doing? We were doing something about this box that was moving up and down. Good timing, thank you. Good. Was it the end of the ad or something? Did I get back just after the ad? Cool. I was moving these boxes up and down and I was working up the height. So absolute this. Got a couple of things. I'm subbed so I don't see it. Actually, oh yeah, of course. Of course. Of course. Oh, thank you. Just tabbed back in. Nice. Sweet. Okay, cool. What was I doing? Plus the X. What we're doing here, we're going to grab the top. So we need to get these boxes again. I need the const container rect, const pin rect. Then we're going to do the container erect dot or so if it was like minus 200 minus 100, what do I get? Minus 100. That's probably not the best. If I did minus 50, minus 150. That's what I want. I hadn't realised there's a makers and crafting category. Is there? I still don't. Yeah. I think I vaguely remember there being something. It's been a while since I looked at all the different categories. That's quite cool. You should definitely use that one then. Pinrect dot top minus the container rect dot top. Having seen your software and game development one, I look. Ah, nice. Just chatting is just too. There's just too much going on. Just chatting. It's too random. Okay, so now when we scroll down and unlock, we're going to unlock wherever we are. Unlock. So we get to keep kind of nudging it down the whole time. So we start off at the top and we scroll down, and then at some point we decide to start scrolling up and it unlocks and we can keep scrolling up. And then, hey stream elements, where have you been? So random. Anyway, I scroll down and I scroll up and I scroll down and I scroll up, and so kind of keep pulling it down until it goes too far and then we've broken it, but you know, and then it needs to pin to the top at some point, so I guess we'll work on that part now. Okay, so now we need a way of locking to the top, and it becomes appropriate to lock to the top. So we probably are doing very similar to what we did before, where we're basically saying, hey, if this isn't locked and our scroll direction is up and the pin rect top is less than 0, yeah, I'm not sure on the pin rect top being less than 0. I think that probably does require the offset to be in place. So I can scroll down. Yeah, pin rect top more than 0. Less than 0, more than 0, less than 0, more than 0. I don't know. We should probably see when we're locking to the top. Lock to top. When you scroll down, it's locked top. And it's like, I don't want you to lock to the top. What? No. And so what's the state we need to be in order to lock to the top? Is the question. And so we're going to grab the pinned element target here. We're going to go, got that. We go $0.get bounding client rect. And then we can figure out that the top is a negative number. And at some point, I guess when we get to here, top is now an 85. I guess I probably want to be able to go like const this to top. I don't know if that's the right thing yet, but in rect.top minus the container rect. I need to container rect.top. Let's say, is it minus? Is it not? It would probably help if I visualized it. Let's grab these boxes again. Let's move somewhere where we've got some more space. So what are we doing here? We have the browse window and we've got the parent and we've got the thing, right? And essentially what we're saying is we're getting to this point. What is the state where the red element, the pinned element we have, right, is here. So we're scrolling down and scrolling down, or scrolling up technically, right? Scrolling up the page. Maybe that's one of the, no, scroll up, fine. We're scrolling up the page, which means the red box is coming down, it's coming down, it's coming down, it's coming down. At this point, top for this element is 0. In fact, it's not just this red box that's coming down, right? It's both of this. They're both coming down. And at some point, we get to here. And it doesn't really matter about parent. What really matters is the document at this point. We need to know something about the document, you know. And the document is this other thing that we haven't really thought about, that covers the whole thing. There's some space here. And so I guess there is a line here, which is our like scroll Y, right? Like there is this line here for scroll Y. And then there's a similar line, which is like this. Which actually is not in that direction, it's this direction, right? Or our parent, like, top, you know? Like, how far to the top do we have to go? And by taking these two numbers together, I should be able to get our offset, right? Which is a number we're going to calculate here. We don't necessarily have, but this is our offset. So our scroll Y is going to be some sort of positive number, right? We've got our window. We've scrolled down some. Window.scroll Y. 987 pixels. We've scrolled down the page, 987 pixels, 962, 100. When we're at the top, we've got to scroll right of 0, right? That's how that works. Okay, so we kind of maybe want to calculate this offset. Why do we want to calculate the offset? Because we want to apply this offset when calculating where this top should be. Because this offset should bring the whole thing. Okay. The offset should apply here, right? Like that is the offset that we need to apply to know when the top. And then we're really just saying, hey, like the top of this, have you passed the offset, right? Has it become 0? Which is kind of what's happening here. If the rect top is smaller than 0, more than 0. More than 0 is really what it should have been. So we scroll down, it locks, it unlocks. I don't know what happened to unlocking that means it doesn't work anymore. These need to, the order matters here. We moved some stuff around and the order does matter. We want to get the container rect and the pin rect before they became position relative. And so by changing that order, we lost that information. So we scroll down, we scroll up, we unlock, and at some point we should have locked. Well, I guess, let's see, we scroll down, we scroll up, lock. And then, so we have the part here where it's locked to top. We can actually uncomment that out. We want to see when that locking is applying. It's always applying. It's freaking out. Okay, let's maybe not lock. We'll just rely on the console log to tell us when we want to start locking. Go down, scroll up, lock to top. Now the lock top is happening in the wrong place, which is kind of why we have the problem before. Also, we are only doing it when we scroll up, but we aren't unlocking when we are locked to the top. So that's the other part. Like that was the other part that was going a bit weird here. If we are locked to the top, then and the scroll direction is bottom down. You know, not bottom. You can't. The direction can't be bottom. Then you obviously want to unlock, and that should allow us to apply the locking in place again, because we can unlock as we scroll down, scroll up, the locking in place, and now we're in a bit of a weird state, and it resets because we're not quite resetting. When we lock it, you'll see it's locking it to the top. We're like locked here, and we need to apply that offset. So to work out how we lock to the top, we need to work out our offset. So our offset is actually, it's not even here. You know, I mean, we need the offset here, but we also need the offset here. So I might need to refactor this at some point, but let's just go with it. We'll get our offset. Now, what did we calculate our offset to be? We need our scroll, our height, and our top of our parent, right? Our container rect. So we know our scroll height is a positive number, so we'll go scroll Y. And then we will take away, or actually we'll add our in rect.top. And at some point, well, when our scroll position is 0, our pin rect top is going to be a positive number. And then slowly, as the two meet, the pin rect will become, the top will become 0, and the scroll Y will become the same as what the pin rect top was. So when the change inside word, when the offset, when the combination of those two things is 0. Is that right? second. So as you scroll down the page, the parent box with its thing is going to go up, right? And at this point here, parent is 0, and the scroll Y is okay. I think it's right. I'm not sure. It's the other way round, isn't it? No. The top of this is more than the offset. That's right, isn't it? It's the offset that changed, not the 0. We don't want it pinned to the top. We want it pinned to the offset point. And it's when we want to pin when the top of the thing becomes smaller than the offset. Not greater, but hang on, that seems to be working with the 0, so scroll down. Okay, we didn't lock in place. Why didn't we lock in place? Console.log offset, and then the pin rec.top as well. Offset 149. Offset is like some ridiculously large number. Like, what's going on with the offset? Offset 149. Right. And then the offset shouldn't change. So we've done something wrong. The offset shouldn't be changing. The offset needs to be a fixed number. But in order to get that fixed number, we're using two things that keep changing, right? And what did we do? We did the scroll Y added to the pin rect top. Well, it's not the pin rect top. We want the container rect. You know, it's not going to work, is it? So it's 149. You scroll down, you scroll up, still 149. Well, something happened, you know. I guess that would normally be because that's where the spacing is. So, like, around, like, at the next scroll, that's that height there. Yeah, that would be the height that it would have been at. So I just need to make sure that when I lock it in place, I'm locking it to the right place. So I think I actually need this again, you know. I need the offset. Parent rect. I've got kind of a mixture of names going on. I'm just gonna, anywhere in this document, is it %s, where it's parent rect, it's getting changed to container rect because it's getting confusing. I think that's fine because I kind of used container rect in a couple of places and bound like pin rect in a few others. Fine. Lock to top. We already have container rect. The offset is that good. We pasted that in there. Top. Well, it's not container rect top. it's the do we want the offset here? It's not really, because we don't need the offset. The offset was for calculating our relation from the scroll to where we should unlock, right? But really all we need to do now is take our two tops. We need to work out this gap here. And it's a very similar thing, I think, to what's going on here. We have a top here, which is, well, I guess the box is technically here, right? Well, it's here. It's at the offset. So we need to work out what the top of the parent is, add the offset, and make that absolute. Yeah. So our top is our container rect top. Yes, kind of. But, like, that's probably a negative number. So it needs to be absolute. And we need to add our offset to it, which that. This is our yes. I think, maybe, who knows? Let's try it. Let's see. So we scroll down, we lock, we scroll up, we unlock. I need to clean up what's going on here with all these console locks, because there it's too much. Let's just have, like, I don't really even care about scroll direction. Like, let's just have console.log lock to top, console.log lock to bottom. Why am I using a mouse like a pleb? I'll refresh. We're at the top. Scrolling down. Lock to bottom. Scroll up, we unlock. We scroll up. Lock to top. Now, not quite. You kind of missed the mark somehow, and I don't really know how. Yeah. How did we get it so right but so wrong? You scroll down, you scroll up. Doesn't even make sense. This is minus, isn't it? No, that doesn't even make sense, but where did it go? It just blew out there. Scrolling down, scrolling up. And at some point, like here, locked to top. But suddenly it's not really locked to the top. It's kind of locked to the bottom. I don't really know what's going on there. That's a bit weird. Locked to top looks a lot like locked to bottom now. You know? I can't imagine that looks right, because if I actually look at this inspect element right now, string concatenation is going to be the enemy here. What did I get? Minus 122 pixels. Not really sure. Not really sure what's going on there. minus offset. Or even maybe plus offset in here. Like, what am I actually doing here? The rect top is the distance, is a negative distance from the top of the browser window to the container. So there's that much space between the browser window and the pinned target right now. That doesn't actually have any bearing on like the position of the height of the pinned target either, right? So I feel like there needs to be pin rect in there. And really I just want the difference between the two, right? I don't really care about the offset. Like, take the larger one, which really should be the like minus 200 minus 50. Gets me 150. Make that absolute, that should be the difference. I don't really care about the offset. I don't know why I made that more complicated there. So you scroll down, you scroll up. I feel like I do need the offset, you know. $3,206. What? Why? Where is it going? Why is it just shot out of the universe? Bottom was easy. Top, you know, a little bit harder. Container rect top. Minus 200 plus minus 50. And it's definitely not that. So in this mode, when I get to the top here, this is actually a positive number, right? So we kind of have $0 parent element dot get bounding client rect dot top minus that, right? Now if I got rid of that, that's 797 to the top, and there's 62 pixels until there. So in theory I've got what, 797 minus the 62. Maybe I just math.abs both of them, because like that's the top, right? If I set this as the top right now, no, hang on. It's not minus, is it? It's add. So relative to here, this is 62 down. That's minus 797 up. So to get there to there, it's the 797 plus the 62, right? 859. Like if I went on here and set $0 dot dial dot position, but if I fix, actually I'm just fixing to the offset, right? I'm not unlocking, I'm locking. I'm doing it the wrong way around, you know? This top is really just the offset. I actually just want to know what the offset was. It was actually that simple. The top isn't this weird, complicated thing. It's the offset. That's how much I want to like it from to be the top of the window to the fixed thing. So you scroll down, lock to the bottom. Scroll up, unlocks, and it locks in place. And then you scroll down, scroll up, and it locks in place. That's all it needed to be. And sure, like it looks a bit weird when you scroll up because there's a huge amount of space, but that's because we have this like box up there. And actually I can simplify this now because actually the background can be the box itself. Like I can move that box into here and it will pin the entire box with the background. Sweet. That, I think, feels like it probably works better than what I had before. There's a few cases where like you start here and you're like, where is it? And you scroll around and suddenly it appears. That happens specifically when you're like in the middle of the page and you refresh, and sometimes scroll position will restore you and sometimes it won't. I don't know, you know, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah. If I go back to our transcription show, I can now bring the other page back, the other side. So that's obviously not intended behavior, you know. Ping, 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 ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. And so there is a bunch of situations where actually if the height, it should just pin to the top. And so let's go into here. What do we actually want to do here? If the pin rect.height is less than the container rect, or actually if it's less than the window, right? Like the window height. Window dot inner height. If the pin rect height is less than the inner height, plus the offset. You know, that old chestnut. The offset really needs to just be up here. Plus the offset, the height plus the offset height. Then in this case we can just return and if this dot unlocked, then this dot lock to top, kind of doing a position sticky, and then return. You know, we want to make sure that, hey, like in this mode we lock to the top. Okay, currently we're not locking to the top. So the left hand side is working as intended. The right hand side is just, you know, chilling. If it's there isn't an unlocked. There's a not locked. Okay. And then I guess there should also be a situation for scrolling beyond the view as well. And how does this all work when... Yep. Yep. Oh, and now the offset is calculated wrong as well. It definitely does need to account for the resizing of the window and some of those other details as well. So like if the container rec.height is less than the pin rec.height, well, there's no point in doing this, right? This is this dot unlock and return. If this dot locked, unlock, then return. Again, like, I guess that should solve down here, right? Like, didn't solve it. We're getting awfully close to this being an issue to solve tomorrow. If the container height is less than the pin rect height, then I guess really we're just saying, hey, like, this ain't a job for us, you know? This ain't a job for us. I want to simplify this. Const changed direction. I guess that's actually actually I can change this as this is just this dot locked is not equal to the scroll direction. Oh, but it's not going to be the same anyway. I need to create, like, I guess one way of doing this might be just to have like a little map. So I could have like const unlock direction, which is just an object, which is just gonna have like, okay, like if you're locked to the top, if you're locked to the bottom, and then change the end of the line, unlock direction, this dot lock, you put in bottom and you'll get up, put in top, you'll get down. And I've lost where I was because I scrolled and I looked to the side and it's all falling apart. Change direction. Change to there. If it's locked and change direction. That might be null. Does that work or does that cause an error? Doesn't seem to cause an error. Looks fine. So, yeah. Okay, so that's tidied that up a little bit. It's still a bit messy, you know, some of the code in here, but the core of it is really this section here where it works out whether it should be locking or unlocking it. I think I'm going to leave it there. I think that might be where we wrap it up for now. It feels improved somewhat. I still have some work to do on it though. It feels more robust. It's not like it's janking around, and I feel like the calculations are on what they should be now. Whereas before I think I had some calculations that kind of worked, but were kind of... No, it's forgotten. I'm sorry. To go make some food, some dinner. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll continue on this tomorrow. I'm quite happy with the direction some of the redesign stuff's going as well. Although I'm not really sure that scale is too big. But perhaps I need to just bring it in a little bit. Fine. That's fine. Hi. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We'll finish this up tomorrow. Quite happy with the design, how it's going on, so we'll continue and then wrap it up tomorrow, I think, and get a commit out. Yeah. Just clicking around now, like looking at what we've done so far. I'm happy with this direction now. I feel like I'm much more in control of like some of the layout and stuff that's going on. And even though like these sidebars are still a bit weird, I think we'll come up with some sort of solution for them, you know. Right, bye then. Looking more and more app-like. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the follows today as well. I had a couple of follows from a few people. So thank Yanji Erist 12 Monconogonus Angus Moncon Angus. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for hanging out as well. And chats and all. I'll be back on. Won't be on tomorrow. It'll be Wednesday. I'll be back Wednesday. Similar time. Similar time Wednesday. Bye. That's the Be Right Back screen. I don't have an end screen, so you know we'll come back here and just enjoy the app. Bye.